I've got for both Hong and Crowley here are based on getting 45% statewide. And we may get, I'm going to make sure I'm back on the statewide here. We may get our first significant readout from Waukesha. But by the way, we're not sure. There's so many variables in this. These are rough. So if we start seeing a couple of early counties and one candidate's clearing the benchmarks and the other one's missing it, it could mean that there are other counties where the reverse is happening. It may take a little bit for this pattern to come into focus. It may, or a more decisive result here tonight, could
What's up, guys?
To type in those questions. You got a question for me?
Live election night. Socialist surge in Wisconsin. Primary results tonight. We got some major states.
All right.
We got South Carolina. Obviously, Lindsey Graham. The passing of him. They're trying to replace him.
Apologies to those.
Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Connecticut.
I thought so. I stopped. I could have played around a little bit more.
Let's see what's going on.
We're playing now on the show for those of you listening on the stream. As we get
20% or so of the vote is probably coming out of Madison. Probably about that is coming out of Milwaukee too. What Adam just said is very significant, though. These are typically recently.
There she is, Gigi. How are you, ma'am? It's always good to see you, Gigi. How are you today? How was business? Had a long day today, Gigi. I had a long show with Lou and the boys today. How's business today, Gigi? You ready for this election? We're gonna break it down, Gigi. You know that. Good to see you, ma'am. Always good to see Gigi.
Election day. The estimate in Milwaukee County, David Crowley is the Milwaukee County executive, is only up a little bit, suggesting high.
Nice. Kentucky, huh? Wow. Did you fly or you drove? You got family down there? Glad you made it back safe, Gigi.
Keep in mind, I think one theme we'll be stressing as these results come in tonight is keeping in mind what we saw in Michigan last week with Al Sayed, with his victory. Where did it come from, right? Remember, we spent so much time talking about like East Lansing, doing well in places where there were younger populations, younger median ages, colleges, college areas, okay? Remember we were talking about Western Michigan with El Sayed. We were saying, why was he doing so well there? They were the counties that had the youngest median ages in the state. So we're going to be looking sort of for the same thing here tonight for Francesca Hong and Dane County, Madison, University of Wisconsin. That looms as
nice. Kentucky's a beautiful state. It's a beautiful state. We have 42 people on X and 1 on YouTube. Oh, my. 44 on X, which is crazy. Let me see. I don't know why. 47 on X now. I don't know why we get somebody on X and not. Yeah, YouTube doesn't put my stuff out too much, guys. So if you don't mind, do me a favor and share the video. We got 1 in YouTube and 52. It says on X on my end. But yeah, we're going to cover it. There's going to be more people coming in. It's just starting. The party is just getting started, guys, and we're going to look at some of these insane lefties, and we're going to break them down. I'm going to break them down for y'all.
Wants there to be like flood election day turnout. They're hoping these are the places that in the last week, that alarm that was sounded by the establishment about Hong's electability would resonate in these places. And that's why I said, if Waukesha does give us that first initial update, why I think it's so key. Waukesha is a big puzzle piece. It's not as big in a Democratic as it is in a Republican, but I think this is a county where when you get the number here, this is where Crowley needs to be winning, and I think he needs to be winning by a pretty healthy margin. So that's why I said if we do get a Waukesha update off the bat, and we talked to the clerk in Waukesha County today in anticipation of that possibility to clarify, to make sure that the votes that we see reported that there's no sequence to these where there's like a batch of vote by mail, a batch of election day, because it's so important. Just everything I was saying about what happened in July, understanding, what the sequence of the vote returns is. The clerk there told us, she told us today, everything that comes in their office is coming in precinct at a time, voting unit at a time. It's all bundled together. Vote by mail, election day, early vote. So returns coming that are reported out in Waukesha, they're going to come from different parts of the county.
Donald Trump's polling numbers, his bad polling numbers, are central to this race, but I just mean for historical purposes, take his name out of it for a minute. The president's party almost always loses seats in a midterm election. The president's party almost always loses seats in a midterm election. The average in modern history is about 25 seats. On paper, the Democrats need 3. Why do I say on paper? Because Republicans, and then Democrats followed them, but remember earlier in the year, Texas was redistricting. Republicans tried to pick up 5 seats. California, Governor Newsom said, no way, we're going to do it to match you. They got involved. A whole bunch of other states got involved. The end result of that is the Republicans have redrawn the lines to create somewhere between 8, maybe a dozen seats that are most likely to be Republican, even in a year like this. There may be some surprises there. I think we're going to get some surprises in November. But accept the idea that Democrats needed 3 and Republicans created 8 or maybe 10 or 12. So in my head, I'm thinking that as I look at this, that Democrats need to pick up ballpark.
He wants the Democrats to win so bad. He wants the Democrats to win so bad.
If everything goes perfect for Republicans in those redrawn districts, I don't think it will.
Iman, what's good, my boy?
Republicans, I just think it's that.
How are you, man? Good to see you, my friend.
Out there. So just put in your head, Democrats need 12 or 15 as opposed to 3.
What do the Republicans need,
later,
sir?
Well, I'm not waiting for votes in the state.
Mr.
We'll
King?
go through that, and I'll show you. They can get there. They can get there. And I think one of the other questions.
Again, he knows his audience.
So
he wants the Democrats to win.
Probable. Is that a 75% chance? Is that an 80% chance? I'm not a Vegas guy, but it's probable. I would argue.
Well, I am a Vegas guy, actually. I live in Las Vegas. Welcome in, everybody. Come on in. Come on in. Grab yourself a drink. Get your popcorn ready, because we about to have some fun. I know usually elections ain't the funnest thing in the world, but trust me, they're going to be fun with me. All right? Good to see you guys, man. We better break this shit down and give you the truth over here.
I would ask everyone to think about, what is this year? What is this moment? Do we understand where the country is right now? There's a lot of anti-Trump. There's a lot of anti-Washington. There's a lot of the system is letting me down. There's a lot of life is really expensive. So is that enough for Abdul El-Sayed, who in many other years you might say, no way. Okay, you might have said, no way Zohran Mamdani can win in New York. You might have said there's no way Donald Trump could be president again after January 6th. You might have said there's no way if you're old enough.
Well, you said that too, Mr. King. What's up, Danny in a ball? Good to see you, man. Welcome to the channel, sir. You say, just pointing it out, Blue Wave and Rep House Senate on Kalshi are value bets at the moment. Yeah, that's where the money's at, brother. Welcome in, man. Good to see you, my friend. Have you subscribed to the channel? That is the $1 million question, man. You won't be disappointed. I don't think. Welcome in, man. Thanks for the info, bro. Appreciate you, man.
Where do you get +4? Well, Maine would be 1. North Carolina would be 1. Maybe Texas. Maybe Ohio.
I got you, man. I got you, Danny. We're gonna cover it all, man. We're gonna cover it all, right? Because what do we got? We got the big one in South Carolina. Obviously, God rest his soul. Former Senator Lindsey Graham. They're looking for his replacement. They got 10 candidates up there, but the key names are Darlene Graham, his sister, obviously. She's the current interim senator. She's the favorite. Then you got Ralph Norman, Russell Fry, and former Governor Mark Sanford, and a few others. If no one gets a majority for this Senate race, the top 2 go to a runoff in a couple of weeks on August 25th. This is the most watched race of the night because it's an open seat is an open Senate seat in a solid red state with Trump's endorsement at play. Yeah. So that's big. That is big, Danny. We're going to see what happens. So we're going to keep a close eye on it, brother.
At least in the last 10, 15 years of our political lives. So you can't factor that out. But just like I was saying that, if you ask me in certain years, could Al-Sayed win statewide in Michigan? There are some years I would say, oh no. This year, I don't know. Who knows? Let's see. It's an interesting climate out there. So same with the Senate races as we go there. So part of the other question, we have our first votes. Let's just look at them. This is what we do while we're here. This is not decisive at all. It's a very small county, but Jefferson County gets an award tonight for having the first votes in the Wisconsin Democratic primary for governor. And it's a pretty close race right there as we go through that. And we come back out a 60-vote difference, and we'll wait for more votes. Part of the question was what happens if they win one and not the other? Let me answer it this way. If they win both, if the Democrats control both the House and the Senate, they can put the brakes on the Trump agenda. They will frustrate the president. If they win the Senate, they can say no to his appointees. If they win the Senate, Justice Alito just said the other day he's not retiring after this term, kind of hinted that he would probably maybe at least be leaning toward retirement after one more term. Would he do that if the Democrats control the Senate, even though Donald Trump is still president? A whole lot of things. Trump appointees, if they get, that's why the Senate is the quote unquote bigger prize, if you will, when it comes to stopping personnel. The House is where budgets originate. So you could argue the House is the bigger prize if you're trying to deny Trump the funding. That doesn't mean the Senate can't add funding. I'm just going by how the process is supposed to work. Spending originates in the House. So if they get both, obviously, that's full stop on the Trump agenda. And we're going to have a very confrontational Washington, without a doubt. If they win one chamber, they can still block a lot of the Trump agenda. If it's just the House, they won't have as much control over appointees. The Republicans still won't have a filibuster-proof 60.
These people are so damn biased. It's just so funny to watch these people. I'm biased too, but come on now. Come on. Let's see more Wisconsin from NBC. Nothing but crap.
We're seeing communities in Waukesha County transmitting vote, and we said this needs to be, if he's going to make it a game, this needs to be a Crowley win, and it needs to be a pretty decisive one. I don't want to say too much at 2%, but I just say if you are looking at something like this at 20%, that is certainly.
Yes, it is, David, and they don't even hide it. They try to hide it, I guess. But again, everybody's got bias. I got biases too, and I'm not a Republican. I'm not. I am America first, and I love the country. And you just can't vote for Democrats right now because they hate us. You know what I mean? But there's four parties in the Republican Party right now on the federal level. You got MAGA, you got the establishment wing, you have the far right, the Nick Fuentes wing, I guess, and the anti-Israel wing. And the people that have the most power are the MAGA people. But we'll see. I identify more with, because I'm America first, with MAGA. I'm about 75, 80% MAGA. You know what I'm saying? Mimi, what's good? America first. That's right, man. You back in Virginia? Mimi, good to see you. Very good to see you.
We're landing at something close to, we're at 2/3 here. And I would say, for Crowley, those are pretty encouraging numbers there, at least in Jefferson. Columbia County, okay, again, this is just a small amount. I don't want to lose the plot at all on Waukesha, but Adam, keep me honest here on anything else. Another one. Just work
in a high-level government job, and so people start to leave. If people, and this is just a fact of life, after any president's midterm, if that president gets thumped, after 2018, for example, a lot of people left the Trump administration the last 2 years. It's just time to move on, time to get another job, all right? Time to get out of here. The boss isn't as strong. And that happens in Democratic administrations as well. You have a bad midterm year, people, number one, it's the grind of the job. And number two, it's like, okay, well, now they control the House, they control the Senate. It's going to be a lot harder to get anything done around here. I'm out of here. So that would be a factor if the Democrats win the Senate over the confirmation process. What are their strategies if that happens? You're asking me well, let me ask you. Do you think the House Democrats and the Senate Democrats have a good strategy today? Do you think there's enough coordination in how to do things? It's a rhetorical question. I'll leave that one to you. So let me just check in the results here one more time. I'm going to check these results and then I'll take another question. Waiting here, don't have it. Let's come over here, look at the governor's race. Very early returns right here. Again, an estimated 2% of the vote in Mr. Crowley, David Crowley, leading at the moment. But the two biggest, I use the term baskets.
I wonder how the Democrats cheat during their primary. Because they cheat against Republicans in the in the general. Well, how do they cheat during the, you got two cheating sides. You got the far left wokies and you got the establishment. I think the establishment cheats the best, though. Honestly, you saw what happened to Bernie Sanders in 2016. They just completely screwed that man. They screwed Biden too in 2024, but he wasn't running the country anyway. But you guys know that. I ain't got to tell you that.
What do you consider it? Typical family discussion, a big Thanksgiving dinner where we argue about things, and when we're done, we're good. That's what some people think. There was a rush by everybody to get behind Al-Sayed in Michigan after that primary. We'll see if that holds through November. A lot of wounds to heal. Egos get bruised. Some voting groups, a lot of Jewish voters, for example, in Michigan, have a really hard time. Democrats thinking they're going to vote for Al-Sayed in the end. So it does help if the family comes together after these things. So we'll see here. I just want to check on this again. We're up to 33% now, a third of the vote. And you have the former Hartford mayor leading over a 14-term Democratic incumbent. Again, this one is more, we need new faces. Thank you for your service. But we need younger generations in Washington here. There are some policy disputes, but it's mostly, this sounds pejorative. I don't mean old guard versus new guard in a bad way. That would make me the old guard, I guess. I've been at this a while.
Danny says something interesting. He said, they are the system. Look at the LA mayor. Surprise, the sales tax hike tracked with Roman until it passed. Exactly, bro. Roman noodle soup. Yeah. Ding, 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 sir. You're absolutely right. Danny, I like you, man. I think you'd be a good addition to the show, sir. You know what I mean? It sounds like you're a very smart guy. A lot of common sense. Because, again, it ain't common right now, guys.
We just mentioned Michigan. I just came back from Iowa. There are some other places where, candidate quality can matter. And that'll be a question if we're doing this on election night or the day after the election in November. Did you leave an opportunity on the table? That's happened a lot to Republicans in the Trump era.
Be at 41 here. She's running well south of that. I want to say, though, that if Hong misses her numbers in the WOW counties, she can make up for it with bigger than expected turnout and bigger than expected numbers in Dane County. And we've already seen our estimated vote for Dane County rise pretty dramatically, okay, in the advance of tonight. And so that's already one piece of it for her. And if she gets a bigger share than the benchmark we have for her there, that combination undoes a lot, if not all, the damage of missing numbers, in the WOW counties. So I would just say that the early thing we can say, looking at this number in Waukesha County and next door in Jefferson. Okay, now Jefferson County, it looks like that means there is a little bit more vote there than we thought there was. So you can see that was at 95%. We thought that was complete. I should always say when it hits 95, it's potentially complete. That's when our decision desk goes and looks and makes sure that the estimate matches up and that there's not remaining vote. There was actually remaining vote, but it's our most complete county that we have, so between that and the early here in Waukesha, Crowley is putting up numbers here that suggest he could make this a game, but he's going to have to do this in a lot of other places. It's now in La Crosse County. We got a third of the vote in La Crosse, and we said this is one of those places where you expect Hong to be doing much better. Again, I'm immediately struck by how much of the vote here is going to other candidates. But we felt that, again, I'm going to have to abandon these 45% benchmarks. That's what I was trying to go and fix there a second ago. But we felt this would be basically Hong could win this thing narrowly, could win La Crosse narrowly by about 2 points and be on pace for that 45%. And she's
not going to lie. I kind of want Hong to win. Crowley is like an establishment Democrat, and obviously everybody knows Hong. She's the far left socialist, aka communist. She might be a spy, who knows? But she's the one that wants to get rid of Thanksgiving, but then doesn't want to get rid of Thanksgiving. You guys remember her? And then the one down below don't matter. She's just a Green Party ticket.
Crowley is getting a, and I want to put this in the context of the total statewide between Crowley and Hong is sitting at 75%, meaning a quarter of the vote currently is going to other candidates. You know, if that lasts, if the other candidates end up with a quarter of the vote, then it only takes 37.5% to win statewide. 33. Where else is there? Let's just go through significant vote. Washara only 7. We're going way up north here. Okay, again, this Eau Claire County. Now this is interesting because I would put this in this is a county Hong should be winning, and she should be winning this thing by a pretty convincing margin over Crowley. And again, this is just 12% of the vote. We don't know where it's from. You know, the University of Wisconsin Eau Claire is here. Again, this could be a geographic thing, but this is a county where when this number gets up, when this 12% gets up, Hong probably needs to be winning here. So you continue to see early on here, you know, in La Crosse, she's sort of just about where she'd want to be, I think. You know, she'd want to step it up there. She's running low here in Waukesha, and Crowley getting a big number there. You know, Sook County, what do we have here? We have a half the vote. You know, again, this is a county that Crowley wants to be winning. You know, he wants to be winning. He'd want it to look like this. He'd want it to look like this. And Columbia, yeah, he'd want to be. This is only 7%. I don't want to. 7%. It's a small county. That's subject to kind of jumping around. So we say 6% of the vote is in statewide, and yeah, you know, everything that we've seen and what's come in so far says that question of was it too far gone for the establishment to make this a game and have a shot, or you know, could the establishment consolidate and make this a real contest tonight? So far, 6%. It's spotty, and I'm trying to qualify this, but so far everything is saying they're making this a game tonight. Crowley is making this a game.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, man. Like I said, we're dealing with 4 states right now: South Carolina, Minnesota, Connecticut, and Wisconsin. So it's going to be interesting. I really hope Crowley takes this. No idea who he is, but I'll take a mid-left over a commie left. Hopefully he helps wake up the DNC to stop funding these guys. Yeah, true. But I kind of want her to win, Danny, just because for the Republican can beat her ass in the primary. Because they're all far left, Danny. She's just farther left than he is. You know what I mean? They're all insane, man. Is Wisconsin like California, where you have your choice between libtard, progressive socialists, and communists, and it's totally rigged regardless? Hear no complaints out of me, sir. Hong is literally bipolar. Exactly. He's seen the side by side video. It's crazy. Again, man, these people are liars, man. I think they are waking up to the fire in their bedroom. The boomers are not going to vote for a commie. They did the under the desk duck. Yes. I'm a Gen X myself. I was born 1975. So I didn't quite do those, but I know what those are, though. They're all insane facts. That's right, Thomas. Welcome in, sir. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, guys. Please and thank you. They're cheating, Jerry. What's up, Cool Kev? Oh, well, we know this. Let's see what South Carolina is doing. This is the big one here. And then obviously Mike Lindell, the pillow man, he don't have a fucking chance in Minnesota. We know that, but he's trying. You know what I mean? He's trying. DeMuth will probably win it in the Republican primary. I don't think we can beat the commies because the Dems have been training from childhood to vote for blue no matter what. Yeah. Blue no matter who. Blue no matter who. Exactly, Danny. Exactly, sir. But yeah, guys, make sure you subscribe to this channel because you are going to get a lot of common sense here, because it's lacking out here in the ether, and I try to make sure that we bring it back, because again, it ain't, and we have to make sure that we bring it out, because accountability and common sense is the truth. And there's Rosita White. The Pillow Man is a traitor, is he? Oh shit, Gigi, what'd he do? Enlighten me, honey. Enlighten me.
You know, Fox River Valley, and there's Crowley in that first fifth. Again, just it's consistent with what we. There's Dane. There's Dane. Okay, holy cow. Okay, now this is a small chunk of Dane, and we don't know where from, but this is supposed to be okay. Not everything in Dane is Madison, is University of Wisconsin, but I want to say this is supposed to be, based on the benchmarks we're talking about, this is supposed to be Hong's best county in the state, biggest vote producer, biggest share of the had a huge turnout today. Hong's benchmark here that we established for a higher vote share was 53. Let me put it this way. To get 45% of the votes statewide, we said Crowley probably wants to be hitting 37% in Dane. In this first update, he's just over 37%. And the way this is running statewide, probably going to take well less than 45% to win it. This is a very, I don't know exactly where this is coming.
Sexy back. Bring sexy back. Oops, wrong chat. I mean, bring common sense back. Yes, maybe. Yes, I agree, man. It's gone too far off the rails, man.
There's a lot of, it's a super, super liberal county. There are, well-to-do, affluent, more.
Let's take a closer look at Wisconsin. I do actually have a map here of Wisconsin, and let's take a look at it. So this is the House. Let's look at the governor's race. So yeah, so according to my map, CNN's map, David Crowley is leading right now. He's got 26,298 votes. Francesca Hong's got 21,742, so she's down about 4,500. With how many in? About 9% in, so she's got a ways to go. But he was just saying one of these counties that he's winning in, I believe it's one of them he just said, is the one that she's supposed to win. So again, I'm not going to lie, guys. I am a bit torn, because of course we don't want fucking communism in our country, but I kind of want them to win just because we can get a lot of, what can I say? Sound bites from these idiots. You know what I mean? Because these people are crazy, man. They're batshit crazy. You know what I mean? And we need something to spark the Republican, aka the powering the team that's in control right now, the MAGA wing, if you will, and just Republicans in general that need to come out and say, all right, I wasn't gonna get out here, I didn't give a shit, but I can't vote for communism. I can't let communism win, and get people off the couch. You know what I mean? Pee Wee Herman, I think they're Iranians. Dane County. Okay, thank you, Danny. Look at you. Look at you, sir. I appreciate it, man. All right, let's check back in. I got some lefties up here too, but I'm not going to play them yet. Oh, these people, boy. God, these people are just crazy.
Now, Milwaukee County is not just the city, it's the county. David Crowley is the county executive. It doesn't look like it's going to produce the same number of votes as Dane, but I tell you what, yeah. Okay, Eau Claire just flipped. So now this is more in line. Okay, we said this was initially we had about 20% here. In Eau Claire, we said this is a county Hong needs to be winning. Now more vote has come in here. She has taken the lead here. Again, I think she'd want to be winning by a bigger share than this, perhaps. But it has now moved in her direction. Again, these votes come in from different places in the county. It's not all just the city of Eau Claire. We're still at 34 in La Crosse. We're at 20 in Dane. We're at 50 in Waukesha. Again, for Crowley, that's a I think that's a number that would land him, if that was extrapolated statewide, that would land him, that could land him in the mid 40s, for Hong. That's just, there's a lot of that you just see.
Recent Wisconsin, right now there's 21% in. Okay. But she's up less than a point. I mean, if it's anything close to that, she very likely loses.
This is the Democrat channel, so let's check these fools out.
Broader, but just wanted to point that out.
This is Chuck Todd and Chris Klazia, just a couple of soy boy guys. Let's see what they got to say. Let's see if they're happy or sad about this.
Areas here, we all kind of have an idea of what Hong v. Tiffany could be like. Crowley v. Tiffany, is this just sort of a rerun of the Evers races?
Well, no, because I think I think the Republicans would tie David Crowley to Milwaukee and all of Milwaukee's problems. I think that, and so
and that's a standard.
It's
running
like
against Milwaukee and Madison is sort of
Detroit and the rest of Michigan.
Yeah,
Milwaukee and the rest of Wisconsin, and so. But the rate, look, this is Wisconsin. The race is going to be close in the end. It's going to be an ugly. It's going to be an ugly race. There's going to be a lot of negative because there's a lot at stake. We're not even talking about the state legislature because if a lot of Dem moderates are worried that if Francesca Hong is the nominee, that's going to hurt their chances of taking over the legislature. And
how realistic is it? Because I know Democrats are pretty bullish about it. How realistic is it?
Well, I don't think it's that realistic with Francesca Hong because it would be a very tight race and you have to kind of get into the 50s to tip over some of those assembly races. The Senate seems, I think most people thinking about that think the Senate will go Democratic. It being a midterm election and it being a Trump underwater here. But the assembly is the one. How can that happen? And I think that moderate Dems think they have to have a candidate who gets into the low 50s. If it's a 50-50 race, that makes it harder to get.
People are surprised a guy with a camera shows up, right? And it's just I want to learn about their lives. I want to learn about why they vote, why they change, what's going on. And so she wants the candidates to come walk in these streets, even though 7 out of 10 chance you're knocking that door, the person's going to say, go away, or I can't vote for you, or you're too liberal, or I'm a voter. Okay, have a conversation. That's what democracy.
Yeah. Anytime every time you hear Democrats say democracy, they're talking about Democrat power and control. Okay. That's all a psyop. Brent says, Margaret Thatcher, the problem with socialism is eventually you run out of stolen taxpayer money to spend and give away to illegals. Say it again, my friend, for those that are not listening in the back, sir.
One of the places that, Ohio used to be a battleground state. It's much like Iowa this time. Democrats have a chance in a whole bunch of races where they haven't in a decade. And look at all that rural red. So this is a defining test for the Democrats, is can they start a modest comeback in rural America? If the answer is yes, it doesn't have to be huge. It just makes them so much more competitive in so many places. Virginia statewide. I mean, I know it's become a blue state, but it's still competitive. Virginia, North Carolina, so on and so forth. I'm going to put this back in because the shows get nervous when they can't talk to me. About 2 minutes, they're going to come to me. So I'm going to come back to here where we are now. But that's one of my personal fascinations and obsessions almost, is this rural question, because Democrats, frankly, have just surrendered it. They're like, oh, Trump's going to win. But if you surrender, then he runs it up by so much there that even if you're perfect in the cities and perfect in the suburbs, there are some places that you're not going to win because you're just getting blown out. All right. So do we know what they want to do first?
Inches up, but it's not exploding yet. We still have a lot of precincts to come. I saw a little bit more, I think, coming in. Did I just see another county light up while we were? All right. I don't think I did actually. So, the biggest pieces of real estate we have in.
Yes, Mimi, that would be nice, but there are no Virginia elections tonight, unfortunately. But we got some in there. They bring in money. Danny said, "Poll boy isn't where you're going to get content from." John King, that old dude who was spewing copium, is going to be nice. Yes, you're exactly right, sir.
At Washington and Ozaki combined, they're going to be smaller than Waukesha, but he can do something similar. You know, so you're just looking at this, trying to look where each candidate can kind of get margin from here.
Lisa Damoth would still start at a big disadvantage against Amy Klobuchar, now the official Democratic nominee in Minnesota. She is the most popular Democrat in the state. Democrats are excited about running with her atop the ticket. She's outperformed, presidential candidates. So this is a race that we rate as solid Democrat. I think that Lisa Damoth, though, would at least give Republicans a credible candidate, and she would run better with Republican Senate candidate Michelle Tafoya as well.
Abby Turner, do you expect that the
Exactly, sir. There are no blue states. Brent, you are absolutely right. He said that map is so biased and false. 87% of USA is red. The 13% blue is stolen from rigged elections. I don't know who I like better, Brent or Danny. I like both of y'all. Is in general for the future, I wish VA would flip red. Yeah, I know. It's going to be tough, though. We can look at that map here in a minute. Let's go, Crowley. What's going on, Scott? How are you, sir? For some reason, the commie college kids have money to donate to the party. The boomers aren't going to donate for commie. I agree, man. I agree. Except for the white liberals, of course. You know they will.
Concern is with Mike Lindell. Democrats are sweeping both those chambers.
All right, we're about 20 minutes away from the top of the hour. Wisconsin and Minnesota results are coming in. It's still very early, the first wave of results. We'll check back in on those races, but let's go to South Carolina. Mark Sanford is talking to supporters. He did not get a check mark next to his name tonight for the special Republican primary there to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham. Let's listen in.
I'd say the same with Sarah over there, who helped out over the years. I don't want Todd gave me all kinds of rides. We hopped in his vehicle and rode around.
White liberals are the worst, Danny. They're the worst.
I could go on with 100 other people who helped out.
Normally, I'm not racist, but I'm racist against white liberals, white liberal women. I cannot stand them, man. And they hate me. You know what I mean? He wants amnesty for illegals. Are you freaking serious, Gigi? I think I heard something about that, Gigi. Wow, really? As a vet and white, same. Yes, I'm a vet too, brother. Thank you for your service, Danny. I was in the Navy, my friend. What branch of service were you in? Thank you for your service, Danny. Appreciate it, brother. Yeah, I'm from New York State, man, so I can't stand these freaking people, man. Gaslighters.
I have. It diminishes it. And so, indeed, you got a farmer in Saluda right now who's worried about how am I going to pay for, fertilizer and seeds. You got a small business person in Pickens County worried about, am I going to be able to afford the
USA population is roughly 400 million. 4 in 10 people walking the streets of USA are here illegally. That number is 160 illegals. Damn, is it that many, man? You think so, Brent? Army, thanks for yours. No doubt, bro. No doubt. Love it, man. I love it. Let's take a look at Kalshi. We were talking about that earlier. Again, it's not looking good right now for the House. 84% of the money is going towards the House. But I think once things start heating up and let's say a man named Elon Musk starts bringing in that money, it's going to be different. It's going to be something different. Jerry, thank you for your service. No doubt, Brent. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate that, man. Every day is a battle, man. But we got to win.
End of the night. And that's probably 25,000 votes. The city of Milwaukee. That's a vote that's probably not that great for Crowley because, again, so much of that was done, that early vote was done
Yeah, Crowley ain't getting Milwaukee. I'll tell you that right now. Milwaukee is woke as shit. Libtars, don't believe your lying eyes. Just believe the propaganda we serve up to you. Yes, Brent. Yes, Brent. Brent, I think you're perfect for this channel, sir. I think you found a home here. I don't think this is correct. There's a lot of the polling data is waiting for past results. Okay. All right. I'm 100% serious. Wow. Mike Lindell, seriously, man? I know Trump is not liking that at all. He's been backing Trump since 2015.
Place where, you know, when I was looking at what it would take here to just get there for each candidate statewide, Crowley's at that number. This number, you know, this is a number that I think with everything else that we're seeing, yeah. Hong, meanwhile, I think wanted to be getting, you know, I think this is much lower than the number Hong wants to get out of Dane County. I'll put it that way. I'm still waiting, holding the possibility in my head that there's deeply, you know, Hong-friendly demographics in some precincts that haven't reported yet that could change that. But we're getting more and more from Dane, and it's just starting to, you know, she's not opening it up there. Let's look at
if you stick with Dane,
Yeah.
in the city of Madison,
Yep.
it looks like we have 28,000 votes.
Yep.
And Hong is winning 47% in Madison, over 34% for Crowley.
for Crowley. And then so outside of Madison, Crowley is winning it, I'm guessing.
That sounds right. I didn't
Yeah,
do
so
the
there
reverse.
is a
But
bit of a Madison, you know, non-Madison divide there. It's not all Madison. 5,300 is his margin. Crowley's over Hong statewide. 37% of it. Wow.
Let's take a look at this. So right now we have 38% of the votes in, according to this is CNN's election live map. And David Crowley is still slightly leading by about little less than 5,000 votes. And Green Bay, damn, she won. She's winning in Green Bay. Damn, Green Bay's woke like that. This is going to be tight, man. Who do you guys want to win? I mean, obviously we don't want the socialists to win, but who do you guys want to win this primary? Let me know. Look how crazy these people are.
Now, it takes a long time for democracy to happen, right? But we will be downstairs.
Democracy. Oh, these fucking buzzwords, man. 4 in 10 people walking the streets of USA. Yes. Mr. Crowley. Welcome, Brent. Yes, Cheesehead Wise. Wow, man. Again, white liberals, bro. Damn, I've never been. Yeah, I've been to Milwaukee. What am I talking about? I've been to Milwaukee. I had to go there for a basketball trip one time. Midnight ballot dump incoming. Do you think it'll be an election night tonight, guys, or will it be election week? Fear Brent is right. Yep. Let's see the libtards again.
Type
It's the
of thing.
benefit of not having a
I'm going to have a
primary,
little
right,
ice
Chuck?
cream, and
Yeah.
you know, isn't Halloween and Thanksgiving awesome? You know, like
I love
he was
America.
Like, right. It was that it was beginning.
Yeah, no, you don't. you don't love America, sir. With all due respect, you do not love America. I should have ate dinner before. I got some leftovers in there. I got some steak. I might warm that up and eat that with you guys. How's that sound? That way I don't have to leave the stream.
Fixing the technical glitch, but
About Jerry
This-
Carl coming back to Congress. It's very
not
exciting.
about
I
Jerry
agree.
Carl
We're very
coming
excited
back to
about the Jerry
Congress.
Carl news.
That you
Yeah.
but about Michelle Tafoya.
And other candidates were kind of popping. What's that vote by mail going to look like? Is he going to fall behind in it? Is that an opportunity for Hong there in Milwaukee County? That's, you know, and I'm not sure how long that's going to take him. I know we got
There it is. Mail-in votes. Wonder what that's going to do. He does love America. Where he can lie and grift, and we just don't like him. Hello. Yes. True, sir. True. Quote unquote socialism is the vaginification of USA, liberal white women. Oh my goodness. Brent, I love you, man. You're preaching right now, sir. You are preaching.
44%. Anything significant just come in while we were talking that through?
Dodge.
Okay. Hang on. I just saw. This is small. Why did I think Brown just came in? Okay. Dodge came in. We're at. Did this go from?
Let's take a look at Minnesota's. So what do we got? We got Amy leading that. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, you want the Republican, I'm guessing, right? You want to look at the Republican stuff? Right here, Gigi, this is what you want to look at? Mike Lindell's getting his ass kicked. Lisa DeMuth, she's got 25,000 votes. She's got 9,000, almost 8,500 more than Mike. F. Chuck Todd, old Chuckles, yes. What closet has Chuckles been hiding in? She's giving up her Senate seat, Clokabar, for this job. Okay. Nice. So, yeah, looks like she's running away with this. She's got 25,600 votes with estimated 12% in. So there's a long way to go, obviously. But we'll see what happens. What do we have in Minnesota? We got, for the Republican, we got the Senate primary machine. Let's see, look at the Senate race as well. Let's look at the Senate. Let's see how our boy's doing. The new WNBA player, he's getting his ass kicked too. Michelle Tafoya, she's also a former sportscaster. She's kicking ass right now. 31,478. Royce is not doing well. Which is fine. He's got other careers. He's got a basketball career. He'll be in the WNBA soon, dunking on the women. So let's see what happens to CNN.
Later in the stream, I'm John King. I think you have that part figured out. You can ask me a question. I'm going to go over and get one now. Still time to try to get one in at CNN.com. Some of you are watching on YouTube. Some of you are watching on CNN.com. If you're on YouTube and you ask a question, just sneak over for a minute and type it in. My preference is you keep it about tonight or some dynamic related to tonight. I'll try to get to some of the others if I can. But just a point of, I think most of you are here to walk through the results tonight. Here we go. Here, just taking a peek here. We already called the other side. For those of you who are thinking, why isn't he ever? Some of you are watching probably saying, why is he only talking about the Democrats? Those are the most interesting contests in many of these places tonight. Earlier tonight,
because you're a Democrat shill. That's why you talk about the Democrats.
Senate primary, but it ends up being a runoff. Darlene Graham, the late senator's sister, who's appointed to the seat, Ralph Norman, a Republican congressman, will be in that runoff. That's 2 weeks from tonight. We've already projected this race, and you see why. Tom Tiffany is a Republican congressman, and he will be the Republican nominee for governor in Wisconsin. That's why we're not spending as much time on that as we are on the Democratic race, because this one is done. So we go back to the Democratic race here. We will be looking more closely over here in the Wisconsin side. Amy Klobuchar, the runaway, obviously, nominee here, and we're waiting on the race here. And again, this is a state that many people watching say it's a blue state, so it's a given. Amy Klobuchar is going to win. It is a blue state, but if you go back through the last 3 presidential elections, Trump lost it all 3 times. Democrats won it all 3 times, but the margins got smaller. This is one of the places Republicans always look at, especially back to that rural conversation. Republicans always look at this state and say, we should be able to get it, or it shouldn't be as far out of our reach as it seems to be every time. It should be closer for us. Every couple cycles you have those states, and this is the one. It's a smaller version of the when can Democrats win Texas, right? For a long time it was, can Democrats win Arizona? Can Democrats win Georgia? That's at the presidential level. Democratic presidential candidates have always thought we should be able to win North Carolina. Barack Obama did it once, the first time. But so there are certain states that both parties, there are certain states the Democrats look at and say, we got to get that. There are certain states Republicans look at and say, why can't we get that? Back to the George W. Bush days. He was like, we should be able to get Minnesota. Never did. Doesn't mean it won't ever happen. So I'm going to leave this up here. We'll just watch the Republican side for a minute for a little, what's the term? Oh, that was someone else's turn. Fair and balanced. Just having a little fun there. All right, I'm going to walk over here and say, okay. In a state with a competitive Democratic gubernatorial primary, what factors might influence the engagement of national progressive figures? It's a great question because we have seen some selective decisions, right? Where Bernie Sanders and AOC and some other national progressive figures. Who else do you want to put in that loop, right? Mamdani would be one now. He's a national progressive figure now. Congressman Ro Khanna is running in that. And so why is it that they endorse in some races and not in other races? It's a great question. There are some races tonight where there's a House, I think it's a competitive House primary where Bernie Sanders is on the side of somebody who is not the most progressive candidate in the race, but they have a history. So some of it's that. Do we have a personal history? Were you with me in 2016 or were you with me here? There are some where you see candidates just stay out of the race for whatever reason. For whatever reason, you just see they decided to stay out of the race. That's a decision they make. I'm sure sometimes there are personal factors involved in that. There may be their own ambition factors in that. It may be that, that candidate is, maybe that candidate's running in my lane. Maybe that candidate is a Democratic Socialist like me, or maybe that candidate is running on the Democratic Socialist agenda but doesn't accept that party label. Politicians are funny. Politicians are, I don't mean this in a bad way. It'll sound it, but politicians have to, is this in my interest? Could this blow up in my face? Or sometimes there are 2 or 3 candidates that I think are equally good on paper and on their issues, and so why am I going to get involved? There are a whole host of different factors in there. But whether you're a conservative politician or a liberal politician or somewhere in between, you're a politician, and that means at some point you're going to be in an election. At some point, you're going to have to win votes. Some points you have to explain things that you said or did, including endorsements. So you have to think all that through. And so there's calculation in politics. There's gambling in the casino. That's the way it goes. Some of it you can kind of do your own CSI and say, oh, they thought that candidate was too toxic, or oh, there were 2 or 3 good candidates and they just decided not to pick. Sometimes they maybe weren't paying attention and a race comes up late. On the Republican side, you've seen a number of these Trump endorsements come in really late. In most cases, those have hurt him, actually. Iowa governor, Randy Feenstra, the congressman, was his choice. And so whenever you're watching these politicians, they have ambition, they have self-interest. Sometimes they could just be distracted. There are a whole host of different reasons you would apply to different races. I'm guessing that.
I think you're right about that, Brent. CNN has pre-written all the call-in questions. Yep. And they're all Democrat questions. Klobuchar recently stated that she fully supported the closing the southern border and got booed profusely. Wow. These people are insane, man. She really shouldn't be allowed to keep her seat if she loses. Yeah. CNN has pre-written all the call-in questions. Yes, sir. We need to fix that term limits. If you run for another office, you leave office election night, no stock trades. Exactly. Exactly, Danny. But again, that's common sense, sir. They don't do common sense in Washington, D.C. You the best, Chair. Oh, Gigi, you the best, Gigi. Thank you so much for saying that. And by the way, compliments get you very far with me, man. I really appreciate you saying that, Gigi. That means the freaking world to me. Thank you. Gavin Newscomb is Nancy Pelosi's nephew. Gavin's dad was business partners with Jerry Brown, keeping it all in the family. Brent, I love you, man. You are killing it tonight, bro. You're absolutely killing it, bro.
These area. And yeah, as Adam says, basically, how much of the vote is just that? Okay, it's about half the vote is from Dakota County. Okay, and it's essentially a tie right there. So if more keeps coming in, we'll keep me posted. I'm expecting this to be super slow.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted for large counties there.
I want to get back here. Anything happened here while we were just checking that?
We got 177 votes from Jackson.
Okay, so we didn't get to it. Okay, so we're still sitting here in Dane at about 60.
Vic Schutz is in the house. These people make me sick, Jerry. Yeah. I've heard that before somewhere, Vic. Vic, how are you, man? How are you? How are the children? How's the wifey, my friend? And how's the weather? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, my boy. Welcome in, Vic. Show the map, red versus blue. All right. Which map would you like to see, though? The one we looked at earlier? Or you want to see the big map? Or do you want to see this map, Brent, where I show why 75 million people voting for a black woman that ain't black? 75 million people voted for a black woman that ain't black, ladies and gentlemen. It's crazy. Scott says, went to Wisconsin State Fair today, went up to the Dem booth, walked right up, asked how Crowley versus Hong was looking, shrugged their shoulders, and tried to sell me a button. The Republican booth was 3 people deep. Wow. They didn't care, huh? Huh. Interesting, sir. Very interesting. Let's see what Connecticut's doing. Connecticut is the governor race. I think that's the only race in Connecticut. That's the most governor. Let's see. Democratic governor primary incumbent Ned Lamont, who's kicking ass right now, is being challenged from the left by state Republican Josh Elliott, first serious primary challenge to a sitting Connecticut governor in decades. Notable U.S. House primary in the 1st District, longtime Rep. John Larson is facing a serious challenge from former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin. House primaries. Let's look at that. How's that going? Okay, Luke Bronin's kicking ass. And again, Minnesota. Royce White is under 10% now. So, yeah.
Adjusted by our decision desk throughout the night as they get a clearer picture of how many votes were actually cast, as they go from the expected vote to seeing what it actually was. So we think there's about a quarter of the vote left in Dane County. There's a possibility, it could be less. I think tonight, though, the possibility we're dealing with is it more? Is it more because of surge turnout? And again, I think Hong needs something. I think that's something she needs. The more votes she can get out of Dane, and again, I've been saying, are there these precincts where she's just through the roof and opening it up, opening up that margin? So far, that margin has not budged much. You know, she's got it up to 4.5. I think it was 2 earlier. But again, I think we were looking at this saying she wants to be winning this, you know, by double digits. Instead, she finds herself down statewide by 1.5, 6,200 votes behind Crowley, with 3/4 of Dane counted. And I think that becomes a very significant thing, because if we get to a point where Dane is basically done, again, that's like 20% of the vote statewide is Dane. It's the most, liberal, progressive. It's supposed to be the epicenter of this. If we get to a point where that's done, okay, this is a big if, and she were still trailing Crowley here, things open up for Crowley, because he's still got, places on this map. We're talking about, well, we'll see. That's that central count absentee in Milwaukee. Ozaki, he's at 16. Okay. These are filled in a little bit more. Now we're at 84 in Ozaki, 77 in Washington, still sitting at 69 in Waukesha. How much is here? This could be a good one for him, although he's only up 5 right now. And he's just, he's also, like, the small counties add up. I think that's the other thing. What I'm showing you right here, where Crowley's leading them, and in some cases by very large margins, these add up too. So, if Hong does not get into the lead through Dane County and Madison, right? The other places were kind of.
The show wants to start on this race. It's a good one. So we'll start right here. And
They're going to come back to the B block too.
what's that?
They're coming back to the B block.
But they're coming to me in the top though first, right? All right. So John Berman in for Abby Phillips. He's doing the lead into the show. So I'm going to get quiet in just a second. But if you have, I got you loud and clear.
From the decision desk boiler room.
Yeah.
Still waiting on more votes, but things look okay for Crowley. And this is exactly to Skelly's point. Unless some massive late election day vote is coming for Hong. Otherwise, the suburbs will help Crowley get what he needs.
I hear you, but you say Dane, I say Milwaukee, dude. I mean,
know, but
it feels.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look,
It is true that there are a lot of votes left in places where I would expect Crowley to do better.
He would do better
based on how this is going, and that's.
I mean,
that's remarkable.
Basically, this worked. I mean, that's what we're finding out. This 2-week sprint. Even look, if Crowley comes up short, it's astonishing how close. Like, let's just forget. I mean, I think I'd rather be him than her right now. It's just like our boiler room said, right? Like, but let's just the fact that it got to here.
Yeah, but
I mean, that tells you voters were really paying attention and fluid here. They were definitely up for grabs.
Isn't that about?
I think primary voters. People should be smart enough to wait.
Yes.
One way or the other, because things are moving around. I mean, it's not quite a presidential primary, but the last couple of competitive primaries statewide in Wisconsin have kind of had this. 2022, the Senate race, Mandela Barnes.
That's right.
It was a really competitive, and then by the end, everybody drops out and endorses
Everybody
him.
dropped out because nobody wanted to look like they suddenly were going to lose to Mandela Barnes, and then they wanted to look like they were supporting him and endorsing him. It was a strange way they handled that sucker.
I do wonder though, like, let's think about Molly Beck from the
Anyway, I don't want to rule out Hong winning.
Yes.
No, I don't rule it out, but it does feel like a reverse of last week where you're like, boy, this is going to be close. I don't know if she can catch him.
She's going to look at things like Kelda Roy as having 8%, and that vote. I mean, I think Kelda Roy's view is pretty progressive. So the fact that it's like some of these votes that maybe actually Hong would have gotten them, and it would have been a win for her.
But think about how she closed, right?
Oh.
Remember, Molly Beck said this.
Media.
Molly Beck.
Let's see what we got here. Kamala Harris persecuted 1956 black California district attorney for sparking up and enjoying some hippie lettuce. So not a sister. Yeah, exactly. She is not a sister. She locked up more black men than a little bit. Israel owns the lads. Wake up. What's up, Dark Knight? Dark Knight NFUC. Doing good, Jerry. Driving home from work. Wife is great. Kids are great. It's nice and warm out here. Hopefully get to watch the SpaceX launch later. Oh, that's going to be dope. I should live stream that. If it's between red and blue, it's Israel first. Jerry, watch a movie called The Boys in Company C. Enjoy. Okay. I will check that out, sir. No doubt.
That's not the only city, by the way, in Milwaukee that does it. Milwaukee is the biggest city, and they do the central count. Central count is also done in Green Bay, so you can expect a final update there where we're kind of asking the same question. Central count is also done actually up here. Yeah, what we're seeing, by the way, is a lot of these counties. Remember, we were just looking up here at Douglas County, and it looked like a lot more of the vote was in. We're adjusting the expected vote now in a lot of these counties. It's coming down. The percentage is coming down. Yeah.
So just looking at the numbers in Dane a little bit more, it looks like 50% of what we have in there is from the city of Madison.
Yep.
And Hong is leading that 47-34. Of the 50% outside of Madison, Crowley is leading 42-37.
Okay. Yeah. So, and we've got, and what I'm seeing in other counties too is making me wonder if this number is going to be adjusted as well. This expected vote in Dane. So we'll just zoom out. 60% is in statewide. And let me just check one thing here.
We got another update from Outagamie.
Okay. We say this could be a bellwether. Oh, wow. That was if you're Hong, that's a very good update. Whatever just came in there, huh?
Yep.
Now, in fact, can you believe I did not memorize we have one central count now to Gamey, so I don't think that's what it was. But so that for Hong, that knocked the margin inside of 5,000. She's exactly 1 point behind. She's doing quite well in Outagamie County. She's doing pretty well in Kenosha. Again, we identified two of these as potentially bellwethers, and so it's significant that she is ahead in both of them. I really would like to see Winnebago County. We have nothing there yet. Still a lot more, as we say, in Brown, and that includes that vote by mail in Green Bay will come last there. Sorry, I'm just checking something since I can't on this computer. Sorry about this. Come on now. Okay. All right. So Milwaukee, we're sitting at now. And by the way, again, expected vote was just dialed.
Probably a week.
The expected vote just went up in Milwaukee because remember we were at 88% in, now 80% in. So more votes. Adam, what's the statewide expected vote now?
757,000.
Okay, good. And I can now see it. I have this thing. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh Braun, master of all things technology. He just got me in here. Okay. So now I can finally see this and I can spare you some of these.
Or how the Democratic primary electorate's going to lean.
Right.
Hey, Aaron,
Well,
well,
hey-
you have this. Oh, go ahead, Skelly. I was just going to ask about the general election because this is a place.
Scotty Boy says, is this the right place to get results in a timely fashion? Well, I don't know. That's not on me, bro. Is the audio down? Because we got to dump some fraudulent ballots really soon, yes. Jerry, did you get some test zaps on strike earlier? I did, man. I did. I got 99 and a 1 from you. I did. Thank you so much, brother. Let me see again. I meant to thank you for that. I meant to send you a note for that. Or a thank you. But yes, I did get that. Thank you, sir. Tell me if you guys can hear this.
Who is kind of known for lashing out at various people.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Right.
Who hasn't been lashed out at by Derek Van Orden at this point?
Well, and
So-
and one of the things we've discovered is there's only one Trump, and voters. There is a group of voters that don't want a second version. Like when people try to act like them, there does seem to be this weird slice of. No, we let Trump do that. You don't get to do that.
Yeah, it's
He's
bizarre,
sui
but
generis,
it's
you know, yeah.
yeah, that is definitely the case. And yeah, look, I think Cook is, relatively moderate. Republicans are going to try to attack her for the work that she has done on Democratic campaigns in the past and tie her to those Democrats. But I think she obviously overperformed Kamala Harris last cycle. And I think she is one of the stronger recruits that they have this
That's
cycle.
a weird attack. Democrat work for Democratic candidates. Watch out, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the classic, like she worked for Mandela Barnes, who wanted to defund the police. So it's like all
I love the
conjecture.
like
the
triple bank shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Good
Hey,
luck with
just
that.
to bring up another competitive seat, Angie Craig, competitive. It's one that Democrats probably will hold in this environment, but it does look like Matt Little is projected to win the 2nd district in the South Minneapolis, St. Paul burbs and exurbs. And he was, I think, viewed as maybe the most progressive of the candidates here. And so, with that in mind, is that maybe it's fine for Democrats in this cycle in this seat, but is it one of those things where
there's a lot happening, right? And again, there are different words for it for different people. So I don't want to say this is the word, but some of it's anger, some of it's disappointment, some of it's disenchantment, some of it's frustration, some of it's fury, fight. You see it, you feel it when you talk to people. This again was more of a thank you for your service. You've done a great job. We need new blood. We need new people. We need new ideas. We need new energy. And look, politicians are ambitious, right? And so you have a 14-term member and you live here and you want to be in Congress or you want to have the next up political job. Eventually you run, or you think this is the moment I'm going to run, right? We talked about this, I think, last week or the week before, that, there were a lot of people who told Barack Obama, don't run in 2008. You're not going to beat Hillary Clinton.
Today, Trump, new law, no more mandatory vaccines for your children. I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah, me too, man. I hope that's true, though, bro. I hope that's true.
Want to wait 8 years, or you want to take a chance now? All right, so he took a chance now. Worked out. He was elected 2 terms as president. Let's come back here and take another look at this one. And not my job to take sides. My job is to count and to see. And wow, there you go. There you go. There are a lot of people who thought this would be, and I think there was some polling that said that this one might not be this close. I think there were some people who thought that last week about Michigan. You got to be careful about these things. You got to be careful about these. You got to count votes. I'm going to walk over here, and the team will tell me if I have to worry about television. In the meantime, I'm going to get another question. Come on over with me as we go. I'm going to grab a little bit more water as I do it as well. We were joking earlier. I don't know if it was joking that on a night when I don't have to do television, maybe we could have, what would we call it? Beer and politics, magic wall and hops and numbers. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if they'd allow me to do that, but there are times when you get a little later in the night that down the wrong chute.
You need a stiff one.
This water. An IPA wouldn't kill me. All right. Hey, John, can you move that one up a little bit? Yeah. I love this question. Hey, John, can you use the magic wall to show the most competitive House seats in 2026? Which seats will be an early sign of the direction the election is going? And that's from Nick in Stanford. And Nick, thank you for the compliment. I'm not going to read it out loud on television, but I'm grateful that you think that way. All right, just before I leave, just want to check. We're here because of competitive elections tonight. So I just
not sure, brother.
And then I want to get.
I don't know if it's because he's old or what. Not sure.
This one is here. So we were looking over here just to see if this one, Senate D, that is not any closer. All right, so we'll come back and check all these. I'm going to go back to the 2024 map to answer this question. And I'm going to bring it up here like this, and I'm going to bring up the House races. So the question is, I'm here on election night. We're early, right? So the Democrats need, again, for those of you who weren't with us earlier, on paper, the Democrats need 3 seats by the current Republican margin to win. Because of the redistricting changes that were made, Republicans have created new districts that lean their way, 8 to 10 to 12 of them, depending on how much you trust that they're actually going to be Republican districts in this math year. For example, Texas Republicans drew a map that they thought would be R plus 5 new Republican seats. I think Democrats can win at least one of those districts. Doesn't mean they will, but they can. They're competitive.
No, sir.
That's Texas 34. There's another one possible. We don't, but let's just say, so for the sake of argument in my head, on election night, I start thinking Democrats need to win probably a dozen, maybe a couple more than that, but let's see how it goes. Almost forget what I just said, not completely, but the idea that so Democrats need to be winning, right? where do Democrats need to be winning? So let's just go back here to 2024. I'm going to stretch this out. All right. So this right here, let me bring it up for you. This is Congressman Mike Lawler, who is a Republican who somehow manages to hold on to a very competitive district, kept it in the presidential year, kept it the year before that. East Coast, right? East Coast. Polls close 8, 9 o'clock along the East Coast.
Is a tighter margin on that one. Let's see. She wins 41-38.
Okay, so we're still on election day, or we're still on non-central count.
Yes.
Right. Again, so it's just this is a thing that's happening as we're doing all these calculations. Makes it 32-22 statewide. As we're doing all these calculations, and I see the expected vote now is 765,000. I mean, in these statewide primaries in Wisconsin, these Democratic primaries, non-presidential, it's typically been 520, something like that. So this, again, that theme of this primary season, huge turnout, and it keeps climbing. And that's what keeps happening. This must be vote by mail that got, I'm just looking at Iowa County where we just got a little bit of an update. And I saw Sarah Rodriguez's shade come up here. I would guess this is vote by mail. And folks, that's what I say, that this is what happens when vote is cast in July for a race that gets utterly reshaped in August. All those votes, it's 7% in a small county, but still just show you that is a dynamic that is at work here. So as we calculate the relative strengths of each candidate with what's left here, it's also kind of a moving thing because the expected vote keeps going up in a lot of places. We're just finding out that this electorate is a lot bigger. We keep finding out that it's a lot bigger than we
year. There's one, right? Then you drop down here. There's two. Again, look how much in a presidential year. Two first-term Republicans there. 1, 2, boom, and then you come here. So those are on my list of, if Democrats are going to be having a decent year, which means a 15, 20 seat year, they have to win those seats, right? And we'll know that early on. Then here, this becomes your test case. This is a seat. Brian Fitzpatrick represents Bucks County right along here. Every 2 years.
Look, it's the Democrats having a ballot stuffing competition amongst themselves. Exactly, Steve. Good to see you, Steve. Vote by mail. How corrupt? Yeah. Mail-in vote equal voter fraud. You guys get it.
But if the Democrats win this seat, they're taking the House. Because if they're winning this seat, then they're winning a lot of seats like it as we move west or even more to the south. But so there's two in Pennsylvania that the Democrats need to win. And here's a third that we'll watch to see if the Democrats take this seat, they're always, this is their version of, I was saying, Republicans in Minnesota, right? Or Democrats in North Carolina. Democrats say, we're going to get them, and they don't. And so we go there and we come out. All right. So we're going to start in the Minnesota on TV in just a minute. I have about a minute still. All right. I'm going to put this in right now. So that was a start. I'll come back to this question, Nick, after this a little bit to give you a couple of others. But the New York, New Jersey, and the 3 or 4 in Pennsylvania, those will be for me the early clues of what we're going to do. I'll come back to that a little bit later as I just got to get ready to do a little television here. Come back to 2026. They want Minnesota. They want Minnesota on the Republican side? Yes. And we actually believe them this time? All right. Every now and then you're told something and it's not the way it actually works out. It happens in every business. It's just called life. And you deal with it and you adapt. And it's the wonder of live streaming, live television, live everything. And so all right. 21% of the votes. County slow tonight. Some states are fast.
He sounds like he might be sick. All this fake media coverage and cheating is eventually going to cause American patients to rise up. I hope they're ready for the beast they are awakening. GG. They thought, quote unquote, January, you know what was bad. Should have used the word bias, LOL, but fake works too. Yeah. Yes, Gigi. Big Pillow is funding Mike Lindell. Yes, very true, sir. Speaking of Mike Lindell, let's see what he's doing. Governor race. Not doing bad. He's down by 12,300 something votes. Not terrible. Lisa DeMoth, looks like she's running away with it. With just a shade under 50,000 votes. She's doing very well. Let's take a look back at Wisconsin again. The far left lunatic lady is just behind David Crowley by a little over 2,000 votes, which is nothing. I burnt all 4 of my pillows. Damn. Of my pillows. Damn. I'm gonna have to look that up. GG. Not saying I don't believe you, but I have to look that up. Let's see what he's talking about.
Remains the biggest single outstanding source of votes. Milwaukee second with, again, how many times have I said? I think it's about it's that vote by mail that's left, but we've seen that our estimate for we've revised several times our estimate of that total vote in Milwaukee up. It's going up, and so it may not be just vote by mail that's left from the city of Milwaukee there. Racine, yeah.
In Dane, it's an imperfect measure, but of the precincts that have no votes reported, 28 are from outside the city of Madison and 27 are from inside the city of Madison.
That's useful. That's useful. So, right. And again, inside, it's a very big split Adam was describing between what's happening in Madison and outside of it. So what just came in? Something ticked Crowley up a couple hundred. Was it anything?
Oneida was the most recent one.
Okay, but nothing from. So yeah, again, this is happening to. Yeah, small. He's not even sweeping like. This is small share. 13. 4%. This was. We thought we earlier we thought they were basically done in Douglas, and I was saying, boy, what a good number that is for Hong. There's still a lot to come here now, it turns out, as that expected vote's been revised. And so it creates the possibility in a place like this, if that remaining vote is good for Crowley, there's room for him there to end up getting making this county look a lot different than it did when we checked in 20 minutes ago. What I'm kind of getting at here is, the small northern.
Again, that's Francesca Hong's base. Fair amount, though, here, too, in Milwaukee in the suburbs. And then you stretch up out here. That doesn't, it tells me there are a lot of votes outstanding, and it tells me they're reasonably split, maybe a slight advantage of Crowley at the moment among the places that were still out, John. But so what that tells you, and then you come back to this is, wow, this is an incredibly tight race, and we're going to be at this a while. Yes, right. Use every tool in the box, and sometimes even after you use every tool in the box, you say, "We're going to be here a while." Yeah, there you go. No.
This becomes a block for Crowley, and he's winning them by, I don't know. So we have more of the vote in Lincoln. He's winning it by 8. We have, he's winning it by 10. If he could sweep across northern Wisconsin, beating her by 10 points, it could be a not at all meaningless boost to that number for him. It wouldn't be on the whoa.
Got another Dane.
I guess. Look what just happened. So how many votes just came in Dane?
10,600.
What was the break?
They broke for Hong 50 to 33.
It got to be Madison. Another one of those big updates for her. I think it puts her up 6.5 county-wide, but more importantly, look at that. Look at that. does statewide. 575 votes is David Crowley's lead in the tally over Francesca Hong, with a huge variable here. It says 90. We are trying to, these can be moving targets. And if there could be more. And that's a huge question right now. Because if there's more and it's coming from Madison, which is what we just saw in that last update, and you saw what that did statewide, what that meant statewide, and what we saw in the update before that, those two updates have taken what had been a pretty steady Crowley lead in the 4,000 or 5,000 range and brought it down to this. So we know there's more vote to come from Madison. We know not all of it is from from Dane. I may have said Madison a million times for Dane, and I've never made that mistake. I usually don't make that mistake.
What I see on the Dane,
I was looking up Mike Lindell in the background, and yeah, you guys are right. He did sell out, but also this is what Royce White had to say about Mike Lindell before the election. Take a listen.
Minnesota. Well, first of all, it's great to be back with you. I haven't been on Fox for about 3 or 4 years. And before we talk about the W, I have to say, this Tuesday, August 11th, here in Minnesota, the belly of the beast, cultural epicenter of American politics, we have a primary. Please vote for me, U.S. Senate, and the great Mike Lindell for Minnesota governor here on Tuesday for the August 11th Minnesota midterm primary. Okay, let's talk about the W.
Okay, I thought he said, when you go to vote on Tuesday, ask yourself this question. How many different drug dealers did Mike Lindell buy crack cocaine from between 1985 and 2009? Wow. Incredible. My pillow sheets are the only ones I found deep enough to fit a 14-inch Satavia mattress. What's up, Pete? What's up, Philip? Philip, good to see you, man. How are you? Uh-oh, Scotty. You sent me 99 sats, my boy? Oh, somebody sent me that was earlier. Letha sent me 5,000 sats. I didn't even see that. Thank you, Letha. Oh shit, it's gonna be in Wisconsin. 2 L's. My son's name is Phil. Nice. Okay, good. Let's see what's going on over here.
I think what's left in Madison, can Hong give herself some kind of a pad coming out of Dane? Because there's clear places on this map you can point to where I think it's
going to continue to get 51% to 31%, essentially 20-point gap as this county continues to count votes. If he does, good for him. His math stays that way. So this is the usefulness of the tool, right? So you come over here and you're at Calumet County. It's at 45%. It's less likely to make a dramatic swing when you're at nearly half of the vote. Now, that's not a ton of votes, math-wise. It's a big margin percentage-wise. But this is trying to use every tool in your box to try to figure out, is there anything I can find here, right? And again, to the naked eye, advantage Crowley. Again, 26% of the vote in. You're winning by 9 points in this county. Not a lot of math. It's a smaller rural county, but in a very close race, that's what you're going to keep going. You just can't guarantee that's the way it's going to continue to go where it is now. So then you come down here to Francesca Hong again, Outagamie County, 81% in. So not a lot more left. Not a lot more left, but a healthy lead for her there. So if you're in.
Philip said, had a run-in with some NPCs trying to recall my city rep. They were from other districts. They were mad that she was the only vote against an issue. They won the vote on 7-1. Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of NPCs out there, Philip. Anything is better than Tampon Tim Walz or anyone who voted for that piece of shit. I agree, Steve. I agree.
Ballpark. Again, you're just shy of 80%. That's a place where you're running a 10-point lead. Close to it right there if you look at that there. So again, a place where if you're Francesca Hong, you think there are, as long as we continue, the count continues in that ballpark, more votes to be added. You just move this over here now. We went from 5,000 to 500 to now 773 votes ahead, 40.4 to 40.3. I mean, just it's, as I said earlier, it's exciting and it's an honor and it's a privilege to do this. It's also a huge responsibility to be careful, all right? To be careful and to just, this tells you, there was a question earlier about,
Welcome in. How are you? Nice Stevens says, I hope Hong wins. That lefty has zero chance against Tiffany in November. That's what I'm saying, bro. And plus, it's more freaking what is it? Sound bites we can get from these idiots when you ask them simple questions. First time in my life I've ever cheered for a socialist. Yes, me too, bro. We're gonna be doing a lot of that in these primaries. These people are idiots, man. You know what I mean? These people are absolute idiots, bro. And man, let me tell you, I love this girl right here from Lindell TV. Oh my goodness. She is a very, very nice lady. Very nice lady. Very, very good reporter.
Or them or the people you voted for last time, and you're going to vote for the other guy this time, or the other gal this time, because you're just mad and they disappointed you. In the Democratic Party, there's a healthy debate. Well, there's a big debate. Some of you would say it's healthy. Some of you would say it's not healthy. It's not for me to say. But this is a, wow. I mean, if someone says to you tomorrow, is there really a debate in the Democratic Party? These are two very different candidates. Sometimes you will have a very close race between candidates that just all decided to run, and they're all about the same and pretty good. Or maybe they're all pretty bad. You're the voter. Voters decide those things, but they're pretty the same. They're, qualifications wise, issues wise. This is in the end, someone's going to win here, and my bet is the other one gets behind the other one. But this is about significant differences here in approach to things. 2000, just moved back up. Mr. Crowley, we talked about these circles earlier, and can you make any bets on them? We just get up to 73%, and the margin goes back up to 2,880 votes. But 2,880 votes is not a big lead in a big state like Wisconsin. It only seems big because we were at 500 just a couple of minutes ago, 556. So we're going to watch this one as it plays out. I'm going to say goodbye in a minute. I want to come back to Nick's question earlier. Before I do that, because it was just asking about the House races, and I found it to be a really good question because it's something I've thought a lot about because of where we're going. So I mentioned there's a race in New York, there's a race in New Jersey, there are 3 or 4 races in Pennsylvania. So as we start coming down the polls that are closed, just a couple other places you look. So then you'll come here to the state of Virginia, and there's a race here where you have a Republican incumbent. These are not, Jen Kiggins is the Republican incumbent. Elaine Loria, forgive me, I lost that for a second, couldn't get the name out, Boston accent, couldn't pronounce it, is running for her seat again. She lost to Ms. Kiggins 2 years ago, and she's running for the seat again, 4 years ago, I'm sorry, and she's running for the seat again. So this race down here, again, are the Democrats having a good night? Well, if the Democrats are having a good night, that means they're winning the battleground districts. That means the seats that are 50-50 are going their way. All right, that's what happens when you're having a wave or the pendulum swing or in a midterm election year. So the Democrats should win that seat in Virginia. I just want to give you one more as we come out of here, and I want to come into the state of North Carolina as I do it, and I want to come out here and come over here. This is a race again. Neither of these are the
Idiots putting it lightly, yes. Garbage man, what's up, bro? Got a bone out, crack a cold one, and watch the rocket scrape the ferment. Catch y'all later. All right, brother. I should turn that on. Baby's got back. Agreed. I love watching them squirm on TV. Just added your channel. Keep up the good work, pal. I appreciate that, Nick. Thank you, bro. Jerry loves freedom. Reminds me of Afro Man. Loves tall cans. On that note, gotta go get me one. Deuces, Brent. I wish I had his women. That's for sure. Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate that, bro. A lot. I really do, bro.
Kenosha, and we should say, city of Kenosha is central count. So that vote by mail, that in fact is perhaps what is left. That is probably what is left in Kenosha County. And I think why that number's been there for a while. The central count of absentee.
We got another out-of-gamey update.
Early in person. Okay, out-of-gamey, where she has continued to lead. What did she win that update by?
38-36.
How many votes roughly?
1,500.
She won by then dozens of votes. We're saying.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, yes. Okay.
30
Yeah. We're
votes.
just at this point. It's not. I'm looking for raw votes because it's just we're just so. He just got something else because it went from 29 to 3,100. What else?
Yes, Wapaka, he netted 100 votes.
Yeah.
And Sean O, he net 6 votes.
Yeah. So I mean, this is what I mean about these small counties, right? This is where they start to add up. You know, you're in a race that was down to 500 votes a little while ago. I think 594 was that as close as it got, and Crowley, what just came in now? I see how it just ticks up like this.
We got another. We got a Dane up. We got a bunch of updates.
Okay,
but we got Dane.
We got Dane.
Okay.
Let's not belabor that. What was the update in Dane?
So we got 3,800 votes. Hong 1,868. Crowley 1,278.
So I'm guessing we might have been in suburban Dane at that point because that's not 1830, 915. It's no 60-40. No, okay, that's yep. So
we also got a Sheboygan update. That was about 3,500 votes.
Yeah.
Crowley gets 1,500 of them. Hong gets 1,300.
Okay. Yeah, you know, I got to say, it's starting to become. I don't mean to do this, but it's just. I think we're seeing what just came in.
We got Crawford and we got Barron.
Yeah. So I mean, again, this is like what just came in as a chunk from a small driftless area county. It's a 25 vote margin for Crowley, but what you're seeing is the Crowley blue, right? Even if these margins are small, you know, the places where you're actually seeing Hong's shade of blue here, right? We know it's the big college one, La Crosse, it's the college, Eau Claire, college, Stevens Point, right? Wausau. I think a bit of a surprise that we've seen it here in Outagamie and Kenosha. Now, Kenosha's sort of pending this vote by mail, but there's and I think this is a surprise too. Seeing Hong ahead in Douglas County, we don't know if that's going to last. 3.5 points, 180 votes, 73%. But what's largely happening now is we focus on the big counties, and I think you've seen. Okay, Wood County. Oh, she just
volatility. It's a desire among a lot of voters for new and fresh voices. That's why your 14-term incumbent in Hartford loses. That's why you have a divide here between a Democratic Socialist and a more establishment Democrat here. There's a lot of this.
But again, by and large, we've been seeing more of the counties just slowly, dozens of votes at a time, nudging that Crowley number north. He's just, in the last 30 minutes or so, he's had more places on the map spread out, different regions of the state that have been doing that. He's also had a few of the bigger counties, most notably Racine, but Washington County, there a second ago. Is that Winnebago? We got our first Winnebago update. It's only a few precincts, so let's not overreact yet, because that could be anything. But this is a big piece of real estate, and
By the way, in South Carolina, the Senate, Lindsey Graham's sister, when is that race? Is that happening right now? No, it's not happening now. Sorry, guys.
And Governor Evers basically, recruited him to come back to save the establishments, from themselves. So I think that is the case. But honestly, it could really, I could very much go either way. And I'm looking at some of these rural counties too, and especially up there and then
it's left here. We've certainly seen the experience has been in other states that the sort of the DSA vote, the the very sort of left progressive vote is more election day than vote by mail. But we got
Shouldn't
vote
have
by
it in the
mail,
first place,
vote by
Steve.
mail left in.
We should not have this stupid shit in the first place, bro. There should be no mail-in votes except when we need to. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Let me go back in this. I see our expected vote looks like it ticked up yet again statewide. We're at basically 772,000 statewide. Our current estimate is that there are 4 counties with more than 10,000 votes outstanding. Okay, I'll show them to you. It's 22,000 in Milwaukee County. It's 17,000 right there. That's 17,000 in Winnebago County. It's 14,000 here in Brown County, Green Bay. And currently, it's 13,000 in Dane. As I say, the numbers may be higher than this in these places. That has been a trend we've been seeing tonight, but that's our current thinking in those places. We also think a little bit less, but we think there's 8,000 left right there in Waukesha County. And where else do we?
Yeah, but that's too much common sense, Philip. That's too easy, Philip. They don't want nothing easy. They want it hard. Pause.
Small places. So what do we think of how that vote is going to break of what's left? In Columbia County, right now, maybe see how much vote is in so far. It's only a scattering of precincts, but Crowley is doing well in those few precincts. But we'll see. I think this is likely to be better for Crowley than for Hong. Okay, there's 6,500 votes right there. This is interesting because did anything else come in Winnebago, Adam, or just those few precincts?
Not in Winnebago. We got Polk and La Crosse came in where Hong, that's a couple votes.
Only a couple in La Crosse?
80.
Okay. What's the expected vote in? How much of La Crosse is in now?
La Crosse, we have about 2 precincts remaining in our estimate.
Okay. Yeah. Boy, that vote by mail in Green Bay, that vote by mail in Milwaukee, because on paper, these are, if you told me there were just, we didn't have that wrinkle, we would say, with that vote by mail being from a time when Crowley was just, not much of a factor. Not all of this.
All across the country here. Now you take it out to a little bit more conservative part, a swingier part, if I can use that word, part of the country, swing states, and you're not seeing them pull away like they did in other states. Now, I would assume the Republicans are licking their chops by seeing these numbers come in, because unless you can pull out in a landslide with that kind of platform, leads me to believe voters are going to be skeptical come the general election.
Exactly. Minnesota, we can pretty much guarantee left stronghold. Michigan, which President Trump won by 80,103 votes. And then Wisconsin, which he won by 29,000, about 400 votes, which is again, still a narrow margin, but both swing states that he won decisively is going to show for Republicans, because I was talking about this with Mamdani compared to Michigan, Wisconsin. Michigan and Wisconsin are not progressive petri dishes. They are not experimental for progressive politics. The middle of the road American is not going to like El Said. And the fact that he has basically blamed white Christian nationalists for the transgender shooting in Tennessee. This was just breaking news today. And then you have a Francesca Hong, where I think that the race is very close right now. I don't think it's been too
not
close.
Not called yet. Very close.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. And that shows that people don't quite have the appetite yet. And really, if Hong wins, that'll be a gift to Tom Tiffany, just as El Said is a gift to Mike Rogers over there in Michigan, I believe.
Well, Katie, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison was asked by MS Now if he has any concerns about Francesca Hong's policies like abolishing the police, and he has no issue with it. Let's watch.
I think the debate is great. I think it's an important debate to have. Big D Democrats are being democratic, small d, meaning that we're debating ideas. What's the best way forward to make sure that Americans can afford their lives and live with dignity, safety, and respect? That is the discussion we should be having. And so I don't see it as a bad thing.
Katie, real quick, your reaction.
Well, in a weird way, I tend to agree with it. James Carville and even Van Jones at this point, where he said, abolishing the police are not palatable for Americans. And so I would completely disagree with that. And I think for people to, quote, abolish the police, we saw how that worked out in 2020, and how President Trump decisively won on pushing back on crime, which he has done in this country to historic lows, 120-year lows. So I think it's a losing proposition, but very good for Republicans.
Or maybe the Senate, the Supreme Court's not having a border and letting all illegals in this country get an ID and then go vote too, because that is all part of the platform. And the reason I keep hammering this, and Carisha, Katie, sometimes when we talk about this, we have done it so much here. And then we were doing a segment earlier today about Hassan Piker, and people in the studio are like, I never heard that before. So you got to keep getting the message out there. You'd be surprised how many people aren't aware of all this. Katie Zachariah, it's a pleasure. Good to see you.
Thanks, Katie.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break and come back with Newsmax's special election night on primary night. Stick with us.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility,
Remember, this thing was up at 88 once, came down to 80, went back. So it makes me more and more. This thing makes me. Pardon me for a second. I just gotta.
About declaring a national emergency to implement voting restrictions this fall.
If they never get the Save America Act done, you have the right to declare a national security emergency for elections. They can't challenge it. It can only be overturned by a 2/3 vote of both houses of Congress. So if you do this in the next month, we will get photo ID, proof of citizenship, and a limit to mail-in ballots. And you don't even need the Senate vote.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Well, he left it at that and did not rule it out. More on that shortly. First, let's check in with CNN's Jeff Zeleny, who is at a polling place in Madison, Wisconsin. Obviously, a lot of attention on the governor's race. What are you hearing from voters?
Anderson, there is one more hour left, and we are at this polling place here in Madison, and people are still coming in. But after the work hour, there were considerable number of voters on both sides. But supporters of Francesca Hong are really animated, they tell me, about anger at the Trump administration, yes, but also at their own party, at their party leaders, party establishment. They said that they've been inspired by many of these other Democratic progressive wins that they've been seeing elsewhere in the country and want to replicate that here. Well, the other establishment voters and just some.
Wow. Okay. Wow. What the heck just came in Brown? Which was that that was huge for her.
Yeah, so that was about 18,000 votes, and she nets 2,000.
Question: was that that wasn't central count, was it?
It's possible. There's no remaining vote in Brown according to our counter. I'll check the check the website.
I said I want percent more, but now I do, because if that was central count, what was his percentage of that vote?
Let's take a look.
If this was central count, this is the question we're getting at from Milwaukee. If he just got buried in central count Green Bay,
cheating in real time, ladies and gentlemen.
34. Hong over Crowley.
Okay, yeah. Can we ask our decision desk what we think that was that just?
Yeah.
And do we think there's central count left for?
Now, Socialist Francesca Hong in Wisconsin just got another ballot surge, putting the race back to a 0.2 point margin, and 16,000 more votes have been added to the outstanding ballot count. Wow, that was huge for her. Absolutely insane. There could be plenty of pro-Hong ballots outstanding. The worst case scenario for Dems is still in reach. If she wins in a nail biter, horrible news for them and good news for us, guys. I know we don't like them. I get it. We don't want socialists, but trust me, we want these people center stage, front and freaking center. We really do, man. Because we got to call these idiots out. Like straight up. You know? Where did I put this one? So he looks stunned, yeah. Live TV. They're like, damn, they're cheating the establishment too, huh? Right at Central Count. It was fraud. Groundhog Day. You will not. Oh, Groundhog, you will not get any arguments out of me, sir. You will not.
See, David, let's start off with you. What do you think the stakes are tonight?
Well, I mean, look, on the Republican side, it's always about, is Trump dominant or not Trump dominant? So it's easy to analyze. This narrative of progressive versus the establishment candidate has become the thing, particularly in the last few weeks. But I think the Hong example is particularly trying for the Democratic Party because she identifies herself as a Democratic socialist. That wasn't true of
Communist.
El Said,
Communist.
the other candidates, and she's had some. So I would call exotic positions, eliminating Thanksgiving, for example. That
exotic
very well nationally.
This should be. Democrats have been ascendant in Wisconsin. They've been winning consistently in Wisconsin the last couple of years. This should be a Democratic win, particularly given the headwinds that Republicans are facing this year. If she wins tonight, I think it's going to be a contest there against a guy who is maybe the most conservative member of the entire U.S. Congress and an election denier. So the stakes are large. And then you have another race in Minnesota where I think a progressive candidate.
But when Hillary Clinton lost, they weren't election deniers. Now, some of you guys might be wondering, Jerry, why are you watching all these Democrat channels? Why? Well, in order to beat your opponent, you got to know your opponent better than they know themselves. Take a look.
My last year in my last Super Bowl I was a part of, I was 2 weeks of watching film. Friday night, I was just going through the film more. I knew Kansas City's defense better than they knew themselves. I knew their body movements, the way their linebackers move, the way their safeties move. Tyrann Mathieu, Nick Sorensen, Shavarius Ward. I knew everything they were doing. I got out there on the field. I looked up as I was walking line of scrimmage, I said, okay, they're blitzing. This is going to be great. And then I was dealing with it right away. I walked up, I said, okay, they're going to bail to cover two. Ball snap, cover two. I knew I had the answers to the test. That's where I was great. That's where my magic superpower was. It wasn't how fast I could run. It was how fast I could diagnose what they were doing. What's the special quality? What's the internet speed of me as a quarterback? Fast as I was Starlink before Starlink.
Yes, he is. And that's what you got to do with these Democrats. You got to know them better than they know themselves. They are the enemies of this country. They're the enemies of you because they hate you and they hate us. I know that's kind of crazy to say that, but it's true. It's absolutely facts.
Boy, this turned into quite a. I said no, we're not going to 2 a.m. again. I don't know. What do we do?
Oh, here we go. Here come.
We're hopeful that, that Milwaukee Central Count update. Hopefully, they beat some of their past history in terms of time.
Is there? Yeah, has Decision Desk said anything about or our reporter? I know we have some reporters there, right? Like
we're trying to track down timing. That's the best I got for you right now.
Okay.
So right now, where I got it at, it's Crowley is up by 320. Oh no, now he's up more. Okay, he's up less than 1,000, couple hundred, like couple 200-300. He's up 249,147 to 248,859. So we'll see how this plays out. You're also showing us what really. You're also showing us what real stupidity is all about. I'm sorry, Gigi. I got to do it, man. I got to do it. And by the way, I did a story the other day about the WNBA. I did a video on it right here. The WNBA is screwed no matter what they do. And the coach, the woke ass coach, Gigi, of the Indiana Fever, didn't stick up for her player. So now today, now she's trying to backtrack, and now she's sticking up for her player. Take a listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Take a listen to this garbage.
No, I'm going to start today. This isn't necessarily for those people that are in this room. This is more for an online community that's trying to create narratives that simply don't exist, trying to create a fabrication or distortion of who I am, of what I'm about.
Well, first of all, you when the girl hit Sophie, you stuck up for the girl that hit Sophie. Sophie is your player, and she clotheslined her. And you're the one that stuck up for the player, the black girl that's clotheslined your player. You didn't say anything about Sophie. That's why you're getting roasted. So don't get mad about it now. Scotty sends in 2 zaps and 99 cents, says testing again. It went through, sir. Ballot surge. Yes. Thank you, Scotty. But now she's going to play victim. These WNBA women make me fucking sick, man. I can't stand these ladies. She's one of these wokies, too. She's a wokie. She's a gay lady. You know, she was a great basketball player, but these people are living in a clown world, upside down world. Now she's going to cry victim. Oh, you're just trying to separate us from our team. No. You came out and protected the woman. Worst NBA. Yes, WNBA. Exactly. Woke NBA. You came out and protected the girl that clotheslined your player, lady.
Our players' success, our players' health and wellness, our players' safety is always a top priority for me. One of the things I pride myself.
No, it's not. Because if that was your safety, you should have went off on that girl for doing that to your player. You didn't give a shit. Quote unquote, love how Trump did 0 campaigning for Lindell. Yeah. Yep.
Myself on is my relationships with players. For those who have anything to say about the play in the last game, I didn't see the play in real time. I went straight to a press conference. I thought the play got called right. Thankfully, Sophie's okay.
So why did you comment on it then, ma'am? If you didn't see the play, then don't say nothing. Get to the podium and say, well, I didn't really get to see the play, but I tell you what, she hit my player really hard and I don't appreciate it. You were, I don't think she did it on purpose, and I don't think she did this and do that. What if you didn't know what happened? Don't fucking say nothing. See, don't let me be in the room with these fucking people, man. God, these people make me sick.
Was it egregious? Absolutely. When you have a chance to watch that over and over and over on replay, you can see that. I didn't have that in real time.
Well, you should have shut up then. Again, if you didn't have it in real time, say, which is a fucking lie, okay? You can see it right in the Jumbotron as soon as you look up. So that's a lie. This woman is lying right now. But this is what these white liberal women do. These gay, white, liberal, woke-ass women. And let me say this like I said yesterday. These people work for the mob, the mafia, a.k.a. the Democrat Party, okay? This is what they are. But now the backlash came down and everybody was fucking roasting her. Now she's going to come out and say, how dare anybody say that I didn't protect my player and I didn't care about my player and blah, blah, blah. Shut the F up. These people never take responsibility for what they do, man. That swamp is all over the place. Yes, it is, Andrew. Manly Chin. Yeah, she's like a dude. CCP. Yep.
I take personally any suggestions that I don't 100% always have my players back.
So then why didn't you speak up for your player? Nobody's accusing you of doing something that you didn't do. You're the one that did this. Why don't you go up and apologize and go, look, when I said all that stuff, I said, I know it sounded like I did this and sounded like she's not taking any responsibility. Again, white liberals. This is what they do to black people, by the way. This is why black people can't do nothing, because black people live by white liberal rules. And yes, I said it. See, let me tell you something. I ain't no YouTuber, man. You ain't gonna get no lies here. I'm 51 years old. I know these fucking people. Okay, I'm from New York State. I lived there for a long time. I was born and raised there. I know women like this. I see these people all the time, and they're full of shit.
I ride with them 10 toes down all the time.
See, no, you don't. No, you don't. Because if you roll with her 10 toes down, then why did Caitlin Clark looking all embarrassed when you said the bullshit at the podium the other day?
All the time. They know that. It's a shame that we can't have an opportunity to talk about what great basketball they're playing. Because they are fucking playing. The reality is, with me, I will always lead with love. I will always lead with grace. I will always lead with humility.
Humility. You lead with humility. Really? Why don't you start right now then? Why don't you say, hey, I'm sorry for not protecting my player. Hey, I'm sorry for speaking up so quick. Hey, I'm sorry for taking up for the player that almost knocked my off her shoulders. What humility you got? You're pointing the finger. You're playing fucking victim. Again, these people are actors. Okay? They're liars. Every last fucking one of them. Welcome to the post-America era. The quote-unquote movie is over. The lights are on and the curtain is closed. Exactly, Andrew. Exactly, sir. She didn't say equity.
And I will always lead with integrity. Doesn't mean I'll always get it right. I'm also human.
So tell us what you did wrong then, ma'am. Why don't you go ahead? We know you make mistakes. I'm a human. We all make mistakes. How about you own up to the mistakes you made the other day? But she can't do that. It's woe is me as a victim. How dare you say this about me? Again, these people hate the truth. They hate facts. They hate accountability, and they hate taking responsibility. They can't stand it. Truth is kryptonite to these people, man. Like, seriously.
The hate, the fear-mongering, the divisiveness, the stuff that's trying to hijack our league will not win.
Wow. Again, she's an actress. She's pounding her fists on the table. You know, because none of this is self-inflicted, right? The WNBA didn't do nothing wrong. These players, these despicable black ladies, these racist black women, the white coaches wearing transgender kids and all this bullshit, and then the owner of the Seattle whatever the fucks comes over there and messes with teenage girls. Nah, they didn't do nothing wrong. It's the fans. It's the media picking on them for no reason. At least she sounds like another whining ass coach at a press conference. She good at that. Exactly, Steve. Exactly, sir. These people, I know these people like the back of my fucking hand, man.
It won't win. We are united. We are connected.
Except for the white girls. Except for the white girls in the WNBA. You're not united and you're not connected. Not the white players, not Sophie Cunningham and Caitlin Clark and the rest of the white girls. But those two in particular, they're not united and connected. Look how the referees treat them. Look how the league treats them. Look how the black players treat them. Does that look connected and unified to you? No, it's not. You're not even unified with your own players. You're always going to pick them black women over your own players. They are addicted to destroying you as, and we've been tolerant, complicit all along. Not me, Andrew, but you're right, bro. I'm calling this shit out, and I ain't doing it in a nice way. I'm getting sick and tired of these fucking people. And this is how you got to talk to them. We ain't got time to be nice. We got to be like Trump in 2016, 2015, 2016. We got to end and kill this wokeness, this fucking virus in this country. Because that's what it is. If you have to declare that you are united, then you're not, sir.
We will not be divided. Every day these women put their on the line. Every day. When they go low, we go high. Love will win. Grace will win. Humility will win. And kindness will win. I stand by them.
Make sure you look down at your buzzwords. That's what she's doing. She's got a bunch of buzzwords written down on a piece of paper. They go low, we go high. Love, blah, 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 blah. AKA, we love transgenders. We love gays. That's all she's saying. We love black women because black women are victims. No more time to talk to these motherfuckers. Oh, I'm going to talk to them all right, Andrew, and I'm going to tell them about themselves. See, this is why I play the Tom Brady clip, Andrew, because I talk to these people all the time. I come out, I wear shirts like this. I love America because a black man's not supposed to love America. See, when you're black in America, to the white liberals, if you love America or you voted for Trump, you ain't black. That's what they say. I said, a white person is going to tell me what color I am? And I roast them. And I roast them every time because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I know what they're going to say before they fucking say it. And I ain't a smart guy here, okay? I'm not claiming to be smart, right? But let's just say when I go out here and argue with these idiots, I'm under-fucking-feeded. I should burden this shit, man, because I'd be roasting their motherfucking ass. Let those freaks who were born with them open their own league. Exactly. But they don't want to do that, Gigi. Why? Because they don't have an advantage. Because they can't play victim. That's why. You know that, Gigi. You know that. Nah, cheaters always win. She knows better. Send a bunch of meth up illegals into her home tonight. Exactly. And send one of those lady boys to her house, too. See how she feels about that.
I will always stand by them. Everybody else can go to hell.
Oh, wow. You said something there. Oh, man. Again, I know these people like the back of my fucking hand. Let me read the comments. I didn't see the play in real time. Then explain to me who was that on the sideline looking directly at the play in question. I don't trust a word presser. She doesn't have the back of her players. Her players would speak up for her. Being a good leader means your team will do the talking for you. No need to go on the style of self-defense. Exactly. Like my grandma said, a hit dog will holler. That everybody else can go to hell shows what a hypocrite she is. Yeah, she's an actress. Actions speak louder than words, and her actions and her words says she's a liar. I hope she is fired ASAP. Yeah, they need to fire her. Flat ass. They need to fire her ASAP. I've discovered a mess of MAGA channels that are so left, they can only be demon rats. Wow. Yeah, that's not good, sir. That is not good. But yeah, man. We're still here and the election's going on. Oh, these people make me sick, man. Golly.
This November. In the Wisconsin governor's race, the Democratic Socialist in that race, Francesca Hong, is hoping to topple the establishment-backed Democrat, David Crowley. Unlike a lot of the other races that we've been following closely here these last few weeks, big-name progressives like Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez have not chosen to endorse in this race. In the Minnesota Senate primary, Bernie Sanders has endorsed the lieutenant governor there, Peggy Flanagan, a progressive who is also backed.
I think they did, Philip. I think it's over with. They did enough cheating. They had all the votes come in for ramen noodle soup so that she can beat Spencer Pratt, and then they have to beat homeboy, the governor, the Republican governor. The real woman should go on strike. Listen, I said this in the video yesterday, and I completely agree with you. If I was Caitlin Clark and Sophie Cunningham, especially Caitlin Clark, I would get the fuck out of that league. Why? Let me tell you why. The referees hate her, the players hate her, and the black fans hate her. She is so underappreciated. She's made that league so much money. You know what I would say? Fuck them. And I would go overseas and get treated like a freaking queen she is, because she is a queen. She's an anomaly. We've never seen a female basketball player like her. I'm not saying she's the greatest ever, but she's one of the greatest ever. We've never seen a player like her. I'll tell you that. She is literally carrying that league, and they don't like her because she's straight, she's white, and she ain't woke. She's guilty as fucking charged. And again, I'm sick and tired of racism in this country, because black people don't think they can be racist. Oh, I can't be racist. Why? Because a white man is the oppressor. Really? Seriously? I'm detaching. Swamp one. No, Andrew. Don't give up, brother. Don't give up, man. Seriously, do not give up. We need people like you, brother. Fuck them. We might lose some battles. We're going to lose some battles, my friend, but we're not going to lose the war. And stick with me, man. I got you. All right? I got you.
In Minneapolis, waiting to see votes come in. Obviously, the polls just closed, so we're waiting to see them. And as they do come in, a couple quick places to watch. You mentioned Francesca Hong. She is the Democratic Socialist candidate. David Crowley, the former Milwaukee County executive, who is the establishment candidate. Well, we'll watch here because in the two largest Democratic counties in the state, I went in reverse order. This is Dane County. It's home of the University of Wisconsin at Madison there. It's also where Francesca Hong calls home. This is a huge liberal Democratic base of the party in the state of Wisconsin. This is where Francesca Hong has to make a statement in the race. Then you move over by population. It's bigger. It's about 16%.
Somebody sent me in 42 Satoshis, 42 units of Bitcoin. Thank you. And said onward. I appreciate that, man. Or lady, or ma'am, sir, ma'am. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Who runs on the Bernie Sanders agenda. In this case, Francesca Hong is a Democratic Socialist. Abdul Al-Sayed of Michigan says he is not. But can they?
Communist, Mr. King. Stop saying Democrat Socialist. These people are fucking communists. Honestly, man, I love doing this. I love like sitting here and talking to you guys and stuff like that. But I don't know why I do this. I cause myself so much fucking stress up here, man. I guess you guys are like my therapy. I don't really have nobody to talk to, man. You know? I appreciate it. Came in from Lou's channel. Is Lou live right now? My man Lou. Is Lou live right now? Did he tell you to come on, or is this from the other time? Thank you for coming in, JR. I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate that, man. I yelled at the screen too, Jerry. He was live. Oh, okay. Did he give me a shout out or something? Me and Lou got some big plans behind the scenes, man. Me and Lou have got some big plans. Speaking of that, let me do a little shameless plug here. Me and Lou have a show along with some other guys. If you want to learn about Bitcoin, we have a show called the BTC Mastermind, and this was us today for what we were on 2.5 hours. How long were we on? 2 hours. Yeah, 2.5 hours we were on today. And we talked about Bitcoin, man. No, but I remember you. Thank you, JR. When you collaborate. Okay. Yeah, man. That's my man. That's my man. And we got a good show today, man. We went on and talked some Bitcoin. See if I can pull it up. He was a little late to the show, but here he is right here. My man Lou Valentino.
Bro said I do not want to be a part of this.
Hey, you're tarnishing Robin's brand.
So, and we also got something else planned. Me, Lou, and maybe the guys you see on the screen. But me and him get along good. We got the same values. Both love God, family, and country, and we think a lot alike.
It's going to be a Crowley County. I would think Crowley. I would have thought Crowley, but I don't know what to think. Look what's happening around there. Where else do we have here that just has absolutely nothing? We think there's probably about 3,000 votes.
All right, let's check in. Let's check in with the races. Let's see what's going on with let's see what's going on with David Crowley and Francesca Hong. 82% of the votes in. I think this might be a little bit behind. I'm not sure. But we got a lot of votes in. He's still leading. But I want her to win, man. I want this lunatic to win. Minnesota Governor Gigi, Lisa DeMuth is still kicking ass and taking names. 100,000 votes. Connecticut looks like it's over with. Luke Bronin looks like he's running away with that. So
big chunk of it could just slash it all away in Winnebago. She's doing quite well. Did we get a few more in?
Yeah, we got another update in Iowa and Marquette.
How did Iowa break?
242 votes, Crowley 118, Hong 64.
And then Marquette was what?
Crowley net.
Wow, the map that I'm looking at, 259, 618. Yeah, our map is ahead of theirs. Theirs was 259 something. Ours is 260,000. So our map is a little bit more updated than theirs. This is a CNN map. You know how that goes. We know how that goes.
No updates right now.
Okay.
The race, he got back in the race. It's hard when you lose momentum to then build it back up. So it doesn't feel like the same kind of comparison we've had in some other.
I hope Scott Jennings is up there.
No, I think I agree.
Yes, he is.
She is an interesting candidate, to say the least. In many ways, a lot of her framing has been things that the party wants to run away from, things that candidates are very afraid of, specifically when it comes to the general.
This woman right here, Amisha Cross, I can't stand her. She's just like the WNBA wokies. This woman's so fucking delusional. Yeah, she's a nice looking woman. I'm a black man. I like nice looking black women, but I would never date a woman like that. She looks good. She's a good looking woman, but dumb as a bag of fucking rocks, man. That woman is insane. Why do people even vote for her? Exactly. Because a lot of people are stupid, man. We're winning against the swamp, though. We Texans voted out Cornyn. Yes, you did, sir. And there's Dylan Mulvaney. I mean, Caitlin Collins.
Her answer was concerning, not just because of the substance, but also because she didn't know how to talk about her own values underlying it. I mean, she talked about being a chef and bringing people together instead of saying, look, there was a period of time when we were having a very tough conversation in this country about how a portion of this country experiences that holiday. She could have said that or talked about her values. Instead, it was this circuitous thing about who gets invited to Thanksgiving.
Or she could have moved on. I mean, at the end of the day, most Americans really do take very much issue with their traditions. So it's just like if you're talking about canceling Christmas. Obviously, if you're of a non-Christian religion, that may be something that you feel it doesn't really matter. But for everybody else, we represent it. We love it. I don't even eat turkey, but I love Thanksgiving. So
I want to move on from Thanksgiving. Sorry, Scott. I know you want to weigh in on that, but President Trump won by less than a point, or won Wisconsin by about a point in 2024. So I do think there's a real question in terms of who they're going to be running against, how Republicans are watching this tonight.
And look, we're going to be potentially running against a candidate who doesn't share the values of Wisconsinites and most of Americans. And so when you talk about someone who says we should cancel Thanksgiving, or someone who's made pronouncements about Christmas being problematic, someone who's made various pronouncements about borders and the way we control immigration and the flow of immigration in our country, most, I would argue, hardworking Wisconsin voters say, look, we may not like certain aspects of the economy. We may think that sometimes Republicans may go a little too far on this or that, but we would rather vote for a Republican who still maintains the fundamental American values as opposed to someone who wants to destroy and tear down everything we hold dear. It's one thing to have a critique to improve things. It's a whole nother thing to set the whole darn house on fire. And I would argue most people aren't there, including many Democrats, which is why you see people like Axelrod saying, wait a minute here, we shouldn't be embracing those types of candidates, that being the Democratic Party.
But if she does become the nominee and Francesca Hong wins in a state that Trump won in 2024, 2 years ago, I mean, what would that signal to your party, Scott?
I mean, that would be crazy, to be honest. I mean, when you're
but it could happen.
Well, of course, it's politics. Anything could happen, I suppose. But when you're so crazy that Bernie Sanders and AOC won't even endorse you, you're pretty far out there. I think these holiday conversations are actually valuable. She hates Thanksgiving. Today, our own K-File here at CNN uncovered the fact that over in Michigan, Abdul El Sayed wants to get rid of the 4th of July. And I think the reason these
I think
things
he said we should get rid of fireworks.
He was very critical of the 4th of July.
But I'm just saying,
They always cut Scott Jennings off. Always.
Well, we don't have the quote here, so let's
But
not
I
adjudicate.
think these are windows into the souls of these anti-American radical
God.
communists.
Scott, come
If you hate
on.
Thanksgiving and you hate the 4th of July, what you're really saying is, I hate some of the pillars that undergird American culture. And how are you going to have a conversation with a voter about affordability or public safety or anything else if you're trying to get rid of Thanksgiving and the 4th of July? I mean, if I were Christmas and Easter, I wouldn't be feeling too comfortable right now.
He asked,
People win.
can I just be clear for a second?
Yeah.
He once asked YouTube viewers whether Americans could please find another way to celebrate the 4th of July with 4 reasons why fireworks suck. I just want
Here
to be clear.
here comes the propaganda.
If it's so harmless, why did he delete it?
I didn't say it's harmless, Scott. I just wanted to be accurate.
People would come up with the same misconceptions you just did, even though it was said in print. I think that moreover, for many of these candidates, especially for El Sayed, but for others who are running as well, they're also looking at the cost of these items. A lot of people aren't even able to celebrate Thanksgiving the way that they were just a few years ago because of the rapid cost and of food prices. For individuals.
You got a point there, Andrew. You got a point. If that was a lie, which I'm 95% sure that was, Jennings lost me when he lied about having a coherent. Yeah. I said the same thing, Andrew. Got to be fair on both sides. Good point, my brother. Good point.
Certain policy positions on the right. We're not saying let's fundamentally change everything that people love about this country.
All right.
That's the difference from some of the candidates on the other side.
A little bit much here.
No, I don't think so. I'm not talking about
Are we going to go back and talk about everybody's
candidates.
tweets? Should we
I'm
talk
talking
about Max
about
Miller,
the extremists
the guy who
on
abused
the other
his own
side.
child?
Well, you know where I stand.
What aboutism? What aboutism?
Is he Mike? Did I not say that he should withdraw?
I'm just saying.
So that's the difference. I mean, but I think Democrats like David Axelrod should have more courage to say these candidates shouldn't represent your party. Just like I said, someone who's accused of abusing their wife shouldn't be running to represent my party.
I think the bigger tale is that progressives have not endorsed her. When you talk about AOC and Bernie, it is not surprising that you have somebody who lies within the moderate wing who does not support her.
Well, and their
doesn't support
argument,
any other
I think the
progressive
bigger
either,
argument
really.
is that the Republicans clearly want the seat back, and they bolstered her, knowing that if she became the nominee, given that the rest of the field was kind of shaky, it made their job easier.
Have Democrats ever meddled in their
Of
primary?
course.
The argument from Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, can
Sorry,
I?
isn't it
The
likely
argument
that
from Bernie Sanders and AOC is that they're working on the House and the Senate, because I asked that as well. But in terms of what Jeff Zeleny was talking about there, her other positions, not just on Thanksgiving, on the moratorium on data centers, on Medicare for all, I mean, those are questions about those positions being more populist type messaging for these progressive Democrats.
100%. Look, we've seen that the data center issue is actually a bipartisan issue. You've had the Republican governor of Texas say, hold on. I mean, a number of Republican leaders are hearing that from their own constituents. Medicare for all actually enjoys almost 70% support across this country. So, you know, these aren't just left-wing policies. They're actually policies that a broader swath of Americans support.
Okay, we will be watching closely. Obviously, we have now seen the polls close there. We'll be following those results closely with John King at the Magic Wall. We're getting more results tonight from that key Democratic primary race in Wisconsin. I want to check in with John King at the Magic Wall for the latest. John, what are we seeing in the numbers tonight?
Looking over my shoulder at the toss just to see if the numbers are changing, Kayla. And this is the Wisconsin Democratic primary. And again, the latest in the insurgent versus the establishment we've seen throughout this primary season among the Democrats. At the moment, it is your establishment candidate, David Crowley, who's leading in this race, about 20% of the vote in. So we have a ways to go. You just saw it change a little bit there. 6,300 vote lead, 42% to 39%. A long way to go, but let's just look at the map right now. And I mentioned earlier, David Crowley is the former Milwaukee County executive. He is leading in Milwaukee right now, but just barely. Just barely. It's a little over a point right there. So that's probably not enough, if you will, or it's not what you want. You're not comfortable with that. But again, 44% of the vote. We'll see how that plays out. This is where Mr. Crowley needs to make a statement because it's his home base. It's also the African-American base of the Democratic Party, and he's hoping to run up some numbers there. So let's just go. Let me pull this back up, and let's just go from east to west. This is Waukesha. In November, we'll be looking at Waukesha quite closely because it's a Republican-leaning but a swing suburban area. And in the midterm elections in Donald Trump, the suburbs have revolted against Trump. So we'll be looking there in November. Tonight, the closer you're in here, these are the Milwaukee suburbs right in here. You start moving out. Mr. Crowley with a much more substantial lead here. And again, this is the third most populous county in the state. So Waukesha could be a big deal as we get later into the night. Then you're moving over to Jefferson County. This is much less population here, but I went east to west to get here. This is Madison County. This is the University of Wisconsin, Dane County, excuse me, where Madison is. It's the University of Wisconsin. It's the liberal. And again, I mentioned that it was very close on Mr. Crowley's home base in Milwaukee. pretty close here too, in Francesca Hong's home base of Madison. So we saw this play out again, Caitlin, in Michigan, where a lot of the expectations coming in were that someone was going to stretch it out, but one of the insurgent candidates was going to stretch it out and blow it out. At the moment, that is simply not happening again, which shows you, number one, a lot more votes to count, and number two, this Democratic divide, this divide among Democrats is almost literally down the middle.
John King, we'll check back in with you as we see what that divide continues to look like tonight. And for the Democrats here at the table, you know, one thing that's fascinating about this race is the spending here, because Francesca Hong, I believe, has spent less.
But they'll lie to you, the Democrats on this panel, aka the propagandists. They'll tell you, oh, no. The far left, no, they're just a fringe part of the party. They're just a fringe. No. They're more lunatics than there are regular Democrats.
And their strategies here.
Well, again, I think the outside spending on behalf of Hong is part of the story here that we shouldn't underestimate. And look, I think what the results are bearing out is voters are trying to decide who of these candidates do I trust to be able to deliver what they say they're going to do. Obviously, if you have more money, you have a better ability.
Scotty sends in another 99 sats and says, did I get a chance to try logging in again, by the way? No, I didn't, bro. I looked at it, but I don't even know how to do it, man. You have to walk me through it, bro. I might have been doing it wrong. Thank you again, Scotty. I appreciate it.
We're hearing people earlier today saying they were supporting Crowley because they didn't think Hong could win in general.
What do you make of the numbers so far? As John King was saying, split down the middle in some of these counties.
We still got quite a bit to go, but I think that it cannot be remiss to talk about the push towards that the Democratic Party is actually seeing in they're split down the middle at this point, with individuals who do want to see more insurgent candidates, who do want to see more candidates who can dream of things that never were, who do want to see candidates who do not look like the status quo. That is a very significant thing for the Democratic Party. Whether or not it's going to play out in Wisconsin, we'll see. There's still quite a few votes to be tallied. But in what we've seen thus far, in terms of that split in counties, it showcases that there are people who are absolutely fine with the status quo.
They can't, JR. That's like saying getting rid of a lethal disease, a bacteria, a cancer. They let it in because of TDS. This just in, Democrats don't hate America this week. Dems are ordered to pin an American flag on their placers. Right. Exactly, Steve. I'm a lifelong Democrat, and I have not voted blue since 2012. Wow. That's telling right there, bro. That is very telling.
It is going to be a challenge, but I would be remiss in stating, despite some of the hurdles and issues on my side, the Democratic Party still has some issues in terms of popularity. Now, they've had successes with individual candidates in very specific races in a lot of these special elections since last year across the country, but the net approval of the party as a whole is in the toilet. I mean, we've had Harry Enton talk about this time and time again.
But what about Republicans?
But my point here, Caitlin, is this.
But what about Republicans? What about Republicans?
Etc. When you contrast that against some of the candidates that are running on the other side who just cannot govern, some of these folks who believe in things that are like wishful
Well, we
thinking.
don't know yet because they hadn't had a general election.
The average American looks at that.
This is why I don't like watching CNN. I mean, you got to watch it, but when you have the quote unquote moderator, aka Dylan Mulvaney, aka Caitlin Collins, and Abby Phillips, they're not moderators. Okay, they're just another Democrat debater. And every time a Republican's talking, they either cut them off or correct them or fact check them, or it's always 3-on-2 with these people.
Is when you draw a contrast from how people feel about Trump compared to these DSA candidates, I'm willing to argue that the average person is far more concerned about extremism and views and values that they don't hold than their perhaps dislike with some of Trump's policy positions or certain things that they may believe he hasn't fully delivered on.
Even those who think that he made the economy worse.
I strongly believe that. Strongly believe that. You run those candidates, I promise you Republicans will win every single time.
Against people's pocketbooks, against their ability to pay utilities,
if you guys run those DSA candidates, I promise you it will be a real vulnerability for your party.
Let's not forget that Zohran Mamdani got some Trump voters. So we don't know. I'm just saying, there's some people who you have Bernie Sanders voters who voted for Trump. You've got, I mean, look, I think.
So his mom, go ahead.
But I think part of, again, this is a very volatile electorate. And I think we're all trying to predict what we think we know. But again, I think listening to the voters, they're so angry, they probably are willing
but-
to try throw some
Scott,
things
do
against
you
the
New York
wall.
is a
agree-
representative
Scott-
of the entire country, though.
Scott, do you agree? Well, that's what's being tested. That's the question.
Right.
But do you agree that any Democratic Socialist candidate who's running against a Republican is going to lose?
No, not necessarily. I mean, you have to run the races. I mean, I think sure Michael's premise is largely correct that if you're running on democratic socialism and all of this platform that they clearly have put out, abolish borders, abolish prisons, abolish the police, abolish the Constitution.
But that's not what Francesca Hong is running on.
Well, that's what the democratic socialists.
You see how they always got to cut them off?
But we asked her about
His
that,
argument
and she said she
is that
disagrees with
the
those
larger overlay of this socialist platform does contain things that are going to sound, frankly, crazy to the average voter. That gives Republicans running in a difficult environment a strategic opening to draw a real contrast. So to your point, I agree with you. Look, I've never been in an election cycle when the economy wasn't the most important issue, save 2002, when right after 9/11, when Republicans outkicked the historical narrative there. But most of the time it's the economy, and you will have to tangle with it. But when these Democrats,
So you
give
are worried about that?
Of course. But when the Democrats give you openings on things that just frankly make them sound unhinged, look, part of campaigning is finding the ground on which you want to fight. And if you don't want to fight on this ground because it's weak for you, you climb onto a different hill that's stronger for you. And these democratic socialists are giving us those hills every day.
Breaking news.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm John Berman in for Abby Phillip, and we do have breaking news tonight. The next big fights for the future of the Democratic Party are unfolding in two key battleground states, and the races are tight right now. In Wisconsin, Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong is looking to win her party's nomination for governor, but she will have to get past the more moderate candidate, David Crowley, who has retiring Governor Tony Evers as his endorsement. And Minnesota's Senate primary is pitting establishment-backed Congresswoman Angie Craig against the progressive Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. Let's get right to CNN Chief National Correspondent John King tracking the results at the Magic Wall. The polls have been closed for about an hour in Wisconsin, and things are tight, John.
Things are tight, John. 15% of the vote, and not as quite as I'm in Minnesota at the moment, and then I'll get you to Wisconsin. But you said the Minnesota race first. That's more of a 6-point race there, but still only 15%. So we'll see how that one goes. Peggy Flanagan is the more liberal progressive candidate, the lieutenant governor, against Angie Craig, the more moderate establishment candidate. So that's one place to see that playing out. But you mentioned Wisconsin. Let's come over here and let's look at the governor's primary here. This is a much tighter race. This looks very much like the Michigan Senate primary, the Stevens El Sayed race. We have David Crowley, the former Milwaukee County executive, at 41%, and Francesca Hong, the progressive candidate, this race at 40%. So this is a very close race, 5,655 votes. We're up to about 60% of the vote now, John, as you watch it play out. And so let's just go through a little bit of the counties that matter here. David Crowley's base is Milwaukee.
This is
That is where
behind.
he is from, and you see him leading here, but not by a ton, right? He's leading there, but it's 45 to 44 if you round those numbers up right.
In Winnebago County.
Yeah, I could take a look.
Yeah, that's the question that emerges. But for Crowley, because we see it in Madison too. But before you do that, Adam, was it where else came in? I do feel like he got something else here. No,
Richland would just came in 445 votes. Crowley 193, Hong 156.
Okay, that was it. Okay, so it really was on the strength of what we just saw in Winnebago. I'm sorry, I had to do that. I'm sorry. It's just no good time. Okay, Adam is just going to check on that, but that leaves we think now. We still think. I'm just checking in here that we still think 13,000 votes to.
Lou, what's good, man? These races are tight, my friend. Very, very tight. And the voter fraud is coming, aka mail-in voting. You know what time it is. Lou, were you live tonight, brother? Lou, my man. Man's always up there working late. Lou out here trying to get that money.
Thing. That is City of Milwaukee. That's the vote by mail that all gets reported out at once. Adam said they've already begun the procession there. A reporter on site, good reporter on site, saying maybe as early as midnight. We know these estimates can be a little optimistic, but I suspect you want to say sometime in the hour would be
I think that's
maybe
reasonable.
it's midnight. Maybe it's
Yeah.
midnight. Could be. Who am I to say? All these expectations have been upended. Something else just came in for Crowley.
So Green Lake was the biggest update.
We had no
1,500
votes from there. Yeah.
Yeah. Crowley wins 673, Hong 492.
Yep.
We also got a Forest update. Crowley 293, Hong 231. And we got another Winnebago update.
Yeah.
439 votes. Crowley gets 210 to Hong's 124.
So yeah, I'd love to know if it. Boy, this is it. So many puzzles with these numbers that they come in because just when we think we got a sense of this sort of Fox Valley here, Crowley is putting up incredible numbers in Winnebago County, but we thought he was putting up pretty good numbers in Brown County where Green Bay was, and then all of a sudden at the end of the Brown County count, they gave us Green Bay, and Green Bay was a disaster for him.
We got a
It was
Sheboygan update.
fantastic. Now that must be good for Crowley. No, it was. All the expectations are getting confounded. It wasn't good for him, was it?
He nets votes out of it, but he only nets at like 50 votes. It was 2,357 votes, 989 to 928.
Okay, so you just went up again. Something else?
Racine.
Yeah.
Crowley gets 519. Hong gets 413. Those were the latest two updates.
So he's pushed his lead back over 1,100. A single tenth of a point, but okay. Now I'm going to ask you. Here's what I see. Can you maybe ask our friends at the decision desk?
Yeah.
I now see a Milwaukee County expected vote that is yet higher.
Yeah.
You see it too?
Yeah.
All right, let's look at these maps real quick. See, we got Wisconsin. Wisconsin, we got, according to this, 84% of the vote in. Let's see. Update it. 84% of the vote in. David Crowley's got 273,954, basically 274,000. And she's got 272,500. So he's up about 1,500. That's even more than what he was saying. So I think his is a little bit behind ours. But we still got a ways to go. Minnesota governor race. Lisa DeMuth is still kicking ass and taking names. Mike Lindell just went over 100,000. But she's got a 42,000 lead over homeboy with only 36% of the vote left, 74% in. 1,100 votes, dude. What did I say, 1,500? Don't ever try to do math live on air, man. Yeah, 1,100. My bad. You're right, Steve. Never try to do math live on air, man. Live math is not good. But it looks like he's going to win, but who effing knows with these people, man? Who effing knows?
He wins by a couple hundred votes. Just a couple hundred here, a couple hundred here, a couple hundred here. And then he's able to take, remember, Hong had moved ahead. And there's basically been like a net change here of about 2,000 votes since then that put Crowley back in front with a very interesting development there in Winnebago County that I'm trying to understand because, if what happened in Brown, this could just be the setup for what happened in Brown happening here. Or is Crowley doing essentially unexpectedly well here? Is what we're trying to figure out. But yeah, to put this in some context too, just how high these turnouts are. Do I have it in front of me here? I mean, I think we're getting fringe like presidential primary level with this turnout. I think they had like 900,000 for the Biden Sanders primary. Does that sound right?
I think that sounds right.
Yeah, they're at, and the expected here is 814. Okay. So we said we think 38,000 remaining in Milwaukee. Remember, these are moving targets. And if you are watching closely, you know that is higher than we said a little while ago. Dane 15, okay. Winnebago 12,000. That's unclear. Let me reset this. Let me just do 12,000, 15,000, 38,000. Okay. Those are the only 3 counties with more than 10,000 votes left. Only one more county has more than 5,000 votes left. It's right here, Columbia County, that has 6,000 votes left. Everything else that's out in the state has fewer than 5,000 votes left. Now, in a context of a race this close, every little thing matters, as we're seeing. As Crowley, more than Hong, Crowley is collecting these little updates from a broad cross-section of the state, right? So Hong needs places that have population centers, it seems. She, I think, can look forward with great optimism to whatever it is that remains in Madison. If that ever gets reported out, I feel like they have just been sitting on this number for a long time there now.
Steve?
Yeah.
I do have an update for you out of Milwaukee.
Yeah.
So there are 9 municipalities that report their absentee ballots at the central location. 4 of them have reported. So it's Milwaukee and 4 other municipalities that will be kind of, I think that accounts for the updated vote. We know the Milwaukee's somewhere around 28,000.
Right.
And there's 10,000 more outside of that. And I think that, some of these other municipalities account for that.
Or central count. Or just municipalities we don't have any votes from.
It's their absentee ballots at the central location. And again, 4 of those counties have reported. So we have gotten some of those mixed in already, but 4 of them still have outstanding.
Wait, but no, I understand. So there are 9 municipalities in Milwaukee County that use central count for their absentee and for their early.
Yeah.
You're saying we've got is our decision desk saying that they think this 38,000 is all coming out of central count?
28,000 central count from Milwaukee.
From Milwaukee, but is the other 10 central count for other cities?
Yes.
So it is all coming out of central count?
Yes.
Right. I mean, so okay, it's all absentee, is what I'm saying.
I think that's right.
Yes. Okay, that's the. I mean, that's. Can we just double check on that, because that's so important, because if we're looking at nearly 40,000 votes, that
to Midwestern state. I mean, it's just to our point. We were talking about these counties earlier.
These all small
we didn't know
little
which
counties,
way they
right?
were going to go. Small little counties, but both. I mean, this one isn't. Buffalo's not entirely in, but little. I think it's pronounced Pepin.
I mean, look, he netted 80 there.
Like 100,
right?
He got like 88 votes net out of that, but it didn't end up looking more like this one, nearby.
Right.
So
where
now
she netted 400, right? Yeah,
it is
right. But who are they going to come in for, though? Garbage man, right? Do they come in for the far lefties or the establishment? Who's going to cheat more? Because they both cheat. So what do you do there? You know what I mean? Because they usually work together in the not the primaries, but the general. What they did to Spencer Pratt and all the other stuff. But I think they may be trying to for Hong. Okay. I think the Democrat establishment. I think they may have a little more power than the far left wokies, but I don't know, man. That's a really good one. We're gonna see, though. We're gonna see, because again, they gave the most of them to the to ramen noodle soup a couple of months ago in California because she needed them because she was third place. She lost that race. She literally was doing a concession speech. The motherfucker was crying. She knew she lost.
Crowley 55.
Yeah, so I mean, guys,
you'd rather be Crowley, correct?
I think you would rather
I will
be
just say
Crowley,
this.
but
This is
it's so close.
This is at least there's no insider trading on this one, right? This is just people just dopa. I loved what was Nicholas's line? Not hopium,
dopium,
dopium, like just dumbass dopium, right?
Just people gambling money.
Yeah.
People love to gamble.
Is there just
people love to
hurry
have
up
a
and
sweat.
start football season?
They love a sweat.
Yeah.
You know,
so
it's
they're not
interesting.
wasting their money here.
It is interesting. Someone notes in here that Dunn County has UW Stout. You know, Michigan had the larger college towns,
right?
Like big state universities, but University of Wisconsin does have a lot of little schools, and so
They're
it is
these
kind of an
little-
interesting.
They're
Yeah.
little-
So
yeah,
but just,
everything.
you know, if
Wisconsin
you're-
Whitewater, Wisconsin
Yeah,
this, Wisconsin
yeah,
that.
and
There's a million of them. Yep.
So it's just
And
kind
they're all,
of.
by the way, they're all
That's
good at Division
obey
III
'em. I
sports.
like that. Thank you
They're
for
all
the
good
obey.
at Division III sports. All the Wisconsin Whitewater.
Oh, they
Wisconsin-
kill
Was
it.
Whitewater dominant in football?
Yeah.
They're good at every sport. They're good at baseball. I
Well,
played
hey, Mount Union
basketball.
football and my boys at John Carroll are pretty good.
I knew you were going to get John Carroll. Shout out to
I
Luke
gotta get a
Russer.
little shout out.
Luke
to him.
Russer, shout out. I played hoops with a guy who played at Wisconsin Whitewater, and he was incredible. And I was like, "You played D3?" I mean, he was like, I was like, "How could?" But there's the University of Wisconsin is the only.
and cuts that margin to 1375. So, you know, we're down to about 120,000 votes we think left statewide. Give or
I hope you're right, Gigi. I have to hold a faith that cheaters aren't going to win. Well, it's cheaters versus cheater, Gigi. Democrat on Democrat crime there. JR says Wisconsin probably not have the homeless population of Skid Row in LA to harvest that amount of votes. Whitewater in Division 3. Yes, it is. I believe it is.
the full list here. You know, Fox Point, Franklin, Milwaukee, Oak Creek, Shorewood, South Milwaukee, Wauwatosa, Greendale, West Allis. Those are the communities in Milwaukee County that send their absentee vote to the central count facility. And the 38,000 remaining there come from the city of Milwaukee and a few others of those. We're not sure which, but the city of Milwaukee is one of them.
We think it's Wauwatosa, West Allis, Oak Creek, South Milwaukee, and Milwaukee.
We did know.
Yes,
Okay,
sorry.
so there you go. It's so a third of the remaining vote is, and it's in that. Gosh, if you like a mystery, you like I mean, what do you make of that vote? What do you think it is? You're watching this as closely as I am. What do you think that's going to look like? He just got Crowley just got something huge. What was it?
We got a Milwaukee update.
Oh my goodness. What do we get?
We got 4,500 votes. Crowley gets 2,556. Hong gets 1,568.
Is this being reported out from Central Count?
Let me see what, yes. So now Oak Creek, Wauwatosa, West Allis, and South Milwaukee all reported. So then Milwaukee is still just the remaining.
That was, how many votes was that?
That was 4,536.
Okay. And we think that was Central, but you see what I'm getting at. If that was Central Count and he won it.
Yeah.
Can we just be sure of that?
Yeah, so those municipalities were previously not reporting, and now they're reporting, and the only one that's left not reporting
Something
is
else just
City of
came in.
Milwaukee.
I think something else just came in.
Oconto, 2,611 votes. Crowley, 1,185. Hong, 743.
Yep. That is potentially blockbuster, what just happened in Milwaukee. And that's why I want to be so sure that I'm characterizing this correctly as Central Count.
Wow, that was perfect timing. Gigi writes in, commies must fail. And as soon as she said that, the votes came in that she lost pretty much. But we'll see.
They just did you saw it. You saw it. Now, that's, well, let's just let,
Andrew at the decision desk also thinks that what's just remaining is the 28,000 from central count from the city of Milwaukee.
Sure, but he thinks that was specifically central count that just came in.
Yes.
Well, if you're at Crowley headquarters now, that is the single biggest piece of news you've had all night, I think. That's huge. That's huge. What were the percentages on that vote that just came in?
The Milwaukee update?
Yeah. The Milwaukee County update that we just got. What percent did he get? What percent did she get?
He got 50%. She got 35%.
Wow. I mean, this is how much. It's astounding to me, given how much this vote I think comes from a different time in the campaign, that he did that well. He did better. He's running at 43.8% countywide, and we're saying from absentee vote he did 50%. That's crazy. I mean, that's wow. That I say that blows my mind. But that's just massive for him, because that obviously sets the stage for Milwaukee. If it shows that with the central count there was no there's no apparent price that he paid for that coming from a potentially a lot of that coming from July or something. So wow.
It is mail and early votes. So it's possible that those municipalities just skewed more towards the early vote. That could be one of the explanations.
But it is that combination, and we weren't sure what the mix was, and we weren't. So listen, if that is foreshadowing what is to come from the city of Milwaukee, now that's just.
What's up, David? David says. Good to see you, sir.
Iowa, 1,165 total votes. Crowley wins 467, Hong 406.
Yeah. Wow. I think we just had a very major moment. I mean Iowa, but I'm still hung up on that, because listen, if the central count in Milwaukee goes anything like what we just saw, I think he opens this thing up, that was a 15-point margin. If he were to do that in central count, it 28,000, 2,800, 40. If that were to replicate, it would net him 4,200 additional votes, and this thing would move close to 7,000. That's a huge if, but just to give you a sense of it. And if he then got up 7,000, where could she counter that? And again, where did he just get? Something else just came in small, but I want to register these.
Manitowoc.
Oh, Manitowoc.
Sorry about that. 798 votes. Crowley 348, Hong 246.
Yeah. It's because again, if he were to, we're saying 14,000 currently. Did we just get a?
Wouldn't that be ironic? David, wouldn't that be ironic? It would be hilarious if they steal this from her. She exposes the fraud. Oh my God, that would just be crazy. These Democrats have painted themselves in a corner, man.
Knock 2,800 off, which currently would right. That's the thing, right? Like, I think if 14,000 is the actual remaining vote in Dane, and Crowley and Hong won it by 20 points, which I think is given her a pretty generous, kind of what if total there. That would basically wipe that to zero. Okay. Then you're sitting looking at those Milwaukee central count numbers where we just said if maybe the city isn't as friendly to Crowley as the outlying areas. I don't know, but he just won the outlying areas in that update 15 points. If he won 28,000, a batch of 28,000 votes by 15 points, he nets 4,200. if he wins it by half that, it's still nets 2,000. You see, so it's like kind of like best case Hong, Dane wipes this to even statewide. And now I think something surprising would have to happen with that vote by mail, early vote Milwaukee, for that not to immediately, for when it comes in, to then put Crowley back up by some number of votes in the 4 digits. And then what's left? Winnebago, where I do suspect, I keep saying this again, could be wrong. We're making kind of on-air guesses here. I do suspect the 12,000 there in Winnebago are going to mimic what we had in Brown. Suspect, I don't know.
I do have an update from Milwaukee County. I am just spying in on one of the local news broadcasts that was, they were streaming live from inside the central counting location, and they're now outside. So it's possible these votes are making moves.
Wait, the people broadcasting have been moved outside?
There was a camera, and they were watching them process the ballots inside a location. Remember, they have to bring it from the one location to the other.
Right.
That camera's now outside. So
okay, right, this is like waiting for the Pope, right? You're looking for when's the smoke?
We're looking for any signals we
plumes
can.
of smoke. They'll tell us.
That's the update I have. Yeah,
they'll tell us. But yeah, I just that update that.
We just got another one from Grant County.
Yeah.
Another 750 votes. Crowley 349, Hong 210.
Yeah, they're adding up for him. Now if you're Hong, you need what would you need a essentially a surprise in this Milwaukee number. Can we make a case for why that would happen? I guess the case we would make is city of Milwaukee as opposed to one of the sort of inner suburbs of Milwaukee County. So it, can be much younger, right? Can be much more demographically friendly to Hong in that way. We find that these DSA candidacies take off in the cities and not necessarily the inner suburbs of these places. So that said, we've also found
they're getting into the car.
Okay, but where's this is to go to or from?
This is to go from the place that they were kind of loading the ballots onto USB sticks or memory drives to the location that they can put them in the machine so they can be reported out to us here at 30 Rockefeller
Why can't they do
Plaza.
that in one place?
I don't know.
So if they just, I'm so bad with the technical. Just say it one more time, so people can appreciate what's happening. We say central count.
Yes.
They got all these ballots there.
Yeah.
Okay. They counted them?
Yes, they're counted and processed and loaded onto memory sticks. And
memory sticks, literally something the size of a stick of gum?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And then they're transporting them over to, I don't know, believe it's the courthouse where they can be reported out or they can be transmitted.
So you're saying they're now in the motorcade on their way over?
That's right.
Is there like sirens and what does it look like?
It looks like a car driving in the middle of the night in Milwaukee.
I hope they don't just drive off or something.
I find it entertaining. I don't know. I'm sure everybody at home would as well. But
I mean, this is what we
just got a Columbia update as well.
Yep.
2,800 votes. Crowley 1,252. Hong 950.
She's going to need something. I mean, this is really coming. I think if you're Crowley, you're feeling better than Hong right now, and I think she needs something out of this central count Milwaukee number that, I say surprising, but we're trying to make the case for what that would be. How we just saw him win central count inner suburb Milwaukee County by 15. She would want to win this by something like that. Yeah.
Oh, one clarification from our correspondent, Shaq Brewster. He's not there, but he has reported there in the past.
Yeah.
They're moving from the city to the county facility, and then they report them out from the county facility.
So the Milwaukee Central Count has done its thing.
The city, yes.
Right. And now they're transporting but okay, they still just have to put these.
Yeah, that
things-
it's still the same process, just the
Okay,
technical.
so we are
how that's happening.
Is Shaq writing to you? Can you ask him how long would he estimate if they're now en route? How long till they actually tell us the number? Does he have?
Yeah,
can he remember?
I can ask him.
Okay, he knows. He's lived through the joy of this. But yeah, Hong would need. I think she clearly. I think she needs to win it. And maybe it is. Maybe it's totally different than maybe, the gap between. I'm sitting here saying I think in Winnebago County there's going to be like a small town city divide. So maybe there is here too with this vote. But as you can see, look, just this number can change, okay? But it hasn't moved that much in our estimate. Yeah.
I had two updates, one from Shaq and one from the decision desk. There was about a 30-minute gap between when it left the city location to the county location before it got reported out.
Okay. Thank you, Shaq. That would take us to 12:30. Okay. You said it was a second update? You had two? Did you say two updates?
Oh, and both the decision desk and Shaq wrote to me with that same timing update. So I'm trying to attribute to them both.
Okay.
Thank you for helping me out.
Thank you,
guys.
decision desk, too. Yes. But right, I think you can see that the 14K, give or take, left in Dane is probably not going to be enough for Hong to erase this. I think you can also see, but 14K there plus potentially the 12K in Winnebago can certainly get her close. The problem she has then is that you're just seeing this trickle. You just watch this number. You've seen it, right? It's this trickle from the rest of the state is going to continue. So if she were to, get a big jump from Madison, a big one from Winnebago, and essentially wipe that out, I don't know if it would quite do that, but let's say it did. What just happened is going to keep happening, from around the state, which means she has to win this. Hong has to win this. And, I don't know. She lost the inner suburbs that do this central count thing. But the city is different than the suburbs. She's doing well, it would seem. We said it seems that her support is where there's population centers, even smaller ones. So here's the big one, one of the big ones. Well, biggest city in the state. So to update you, we think there are 109,000 votes left statewide. And now Adam, our system is still saying 34,000 in Milwaukee.
Yeah, I think 28 was our estimate earlier. I think it could be above that. I think it could be that number, but.
All right, let's check this real quick. Yeah, he looks like he's up about 3,400. Crowley, I don't know how many votes are in, 87%. So I don't know how many votes are left and what areas are his or hers, but looks like he's doing well. Then Mike Lindell, Lisa, she's winning still. GG. And then Luke Bronin won that one. What else we got here? Senate race. House. Yeah, so
these has been great. And I think to the polling question too, there was, I think there was a lot of, you know.
This looks like you doing your budget, huh, Scotty? Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Jerry, we can hope for Hinton by Sarah would be a nightmare. Yeah, he's going to win. He was a heavy favorite. He's going to win for sure. All right. You talk about Hilton, Steve Hilton? Oh, yeah, Steve Hilton. Yeah, I don't know about that, bro. Yeah, Steve Hilton, he should win, but it is Democrats, and you know how they do, man. They don't let Republicans win in California, bro. I can't imagine why people would have a lack of faith in our elections. I know, right? Where would they get that from, David? Here we go. I think it could be that. We heard this before. the whole how fit what I need with what I have left. Yep. That's exactly what they do, sir.
You know, I had the thought, the thing that I was thinking of this week was the Democratic primaries in 2020 when Sanders won, you know, Nevada, New Hampshire.
Or not.
And Newsmax caught up with Senator Graham as she cast her ballot today in Lexington. She was asked what her response is to critics who say she's just inheriting a Senate seat and not having to work for it. Here's what she said.
I will never fill his shoes. No one can ever fill his shoes. And I don't just expect it to be handed to me. I want to work hard every single day for the people in South Carolina. That's why I want to do this.
And because there are so many candidates on the ballot today, many people expect this is probably going to go to a runoff, which would take place on August 25th. And we do expect results to start coming in fairly quickly this evening. So we'll keep you posted on the latest. Reporting live in Columbia this evening, Carolyn Ryan, Newsmax.
Carolyn, appreciate that. Thank you. Joining me now, former Republican Minnesota Senator Norm Coleman. Senator, welcome back. Good to see you.
Great to be with you. By the way, that South Carolina gentleman had some wisdom.
Yeah, South Carolina is interesting because, like you said, it's they're trying to replace Lindsey Graham there, and his 10 candidates. And if no one gets a majority, the top two will go to a runoff, like they said, on August 25th. And it looks like they'll do that, but they don't have it closed, but they don't have the race in South Carolina up here on this map. So I don't know if she's winning or not, but it looks like there's so many people in the race. They're just going to go ahead and do the top two, and it'll be her, his sister.
Of last week. I'm gonna.
Yo, take a look at this story right here, guys. This is a little violent, but I got to show you this. Nah, it's too violent. Let me show it. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just.
Look at this.
My son was only trying to steal something. What gave you the right to take his life? No matter what, you have to pay for what you did.
In Florida, a woman shot.
Oh, that's AI. But The girl tried to defend herself. 1,820 sats. I know who that is. That's Jack. Looking good, my man. Jack, what's good, bro?
108,000 expected vote.
Even
Remaining vote.
did the weather report in San Diego. When I was young. Oh shit!
And our best estimate per the
Spaceman, I
CBS
appreciate you,
and,
bro.
Correspondent
Thank you,
Shaquille
man.
Brewster is 12:30.
Very much. That's a lot of freaking sats.
Steve, okay, can you just tell us what the couple quick ones, the little ones, the word that just came in here? It's bouncing around a little bit.
We just got Bayfield 315 new votes, Crowley 116, Hong 113.
Yep.
And Calumet 3,466 new votes. Hong wins 1,371. Crowley 1,290.
So we're down to 104,000 votes. A third of it, a little bit less than a third of it, is just that Milwaukee.
Talking a little bit to the decision desk, they do think that the expected vote number currently in our system for Dane is a little too high. I think it's under 1,000 votes.
Wait.
Spaceman, what's good, my boy?
Think it's under 1,000 votes?
Yes, because the Dane County website currently says 280 of 281 precincts reporting. So we're probably just waiting for one precinct.
Whoa. Oh, that's huge. I know I'm like asking the same thing 3 times, but it's so big. I just want to make sure I understand this.
Yeah.
We don't think there's 14,000 votes left in Dane. We think there's less than 1,000.
That's right.
That's wow. I mean, the Hong math. This is so important to the Hong math. And the well may be dry for her in Dane County. Wow. So
the only precinct that I don't see as reported on the Dane County website is one precinct in Madison.
It's in Madison. Could be. Do you have the precinct results in front of you, or like?
Yeah.
Give us a sample of how many votes. Can you see like a really good precinct for her? How many raw votes? How many votes did she get versus him?
Yes. So. Trying to find one. So like here's Madison 72, and like the precinct we're missing is Madison 74. Madison 72, she got 359 votes. He got 156 votes.
With 200.
Madison 73, she gets 658 votes. He gets 321 votes. Those are like some of the neighboring precincts.
So they do vary in size a little and turnout. Look, be super generous, 350 votes. You know, she may be able to knock from what's left in Dane County, okay? She may be able to knock 350 votes off this total. That's it. A minute ago, we're sitting here thinking there's 14,000 votes left and she could take a big chunk of this, okay? No longer. Now we're saying that maybe she's able to take what is currently a 33-81 deficit, and like best case, she knocks that down to 3,000 flat with what's left in Dane. Okay. 12,000 in Winnebago.
It does look like the Milwaukee city votes have arrived at the county location.
Are you back watching the video?
I'm watching the video.
So describe it, narrate it. What's going on?
There's a woman at a desk doing some paperwork.
Well, how do you see the votes coming in? Where do you?
They'll put them. I'm sure they're doing the paperwork to the machine. The reporter at VoteBeat estimates another 25 minutes.
I like Shaq's estimate better. That takes us to 12.
That's the best I got for you. I will let you know if I see a memory stick or something interesting that lets us know that we're close.
Okay, so if what's left in Dane were to knock this down to now Did we just get another update?
Yeah, we got 2,200 votes out of Chippewa.
Yeah.
Hong gets 942. Crowley gets 724.
Okay. Once again, completely defying my expectations. A solid Crowley County. She actually nets a little bit there. So, okay, but again, we were thinking there's like 14,000 votes left in Dane. Doesn't look like there are. Looks like there might be 1,000 at best. If Hong were to net 350 out of it right now, that she could knock this down to 2,800. Big outstanding source of votes in Winnebago. Again, if it kind of mimics Brown, but what do we think is left in Winnebago? We think 12,000
here, Chuck, on this. Lauren,
Is
can you?
this,
I'm
is this
sharing
the
my
Alexander
yes.
Schur thing.
Yes,
I can
yes.
pull that up if you want.
So
Then
yeah,
please
pull that
do-
up.
yeah.
Okay, so that is Alexander Schur, who, by the way, Nathaniel Rakich mentioned earlier, he works for VoteBeat, used to work for West Politics.
Yeah.
They're all set. City election officials driving along with the police escort will now take the USB drives containing the election results to the county courthouse. The county will upload those results soon after receive them. Look at the timestamp, 11:55 p.m. So we are now 20 minutes after that happened. That is Milwaukee. So maybe Skelly, maybe we're somewhat close.
Chris is willing this.
Skelly,
Chris is like,
it will
he's
be
willing
earlier
this
than
call,
one. It
right?
will be earlier than 1 or 2
Saliza needs
a.m.
his sleep, but I do think that is kind of interesting. Like that's
No. It's
it's
great find.
I'm glad to know they have the
and-
police escort.
police
Again,
escort,
I'm not
USB
sure.
drives, Chuck.
Is this from the TV show Succession, or is this a real thing?
God.
Right?
Please don't speak that into existence. So yes, we're waiting on the Milwaukee votes. That if someone has a notable lead out of that, if it's Crowley, that would be,
That's it.
potentially gives us the path to being able to project this race. If it's kind of, it doesn't really clarify things, then we may be SOL.
We're in for a longer.
Yeah. So that's the situation right now. And this is truly fast. We were talking about this earlier, but it's maybe worth bringing up because more people have been jumping on.
Is it worth going to any of can we bring up the live streams of either of Crowley or of Hong's victory parties here? We should take a look.
Wait, quick update from Alexander Schur, who is on the ground. By the way, you can follow him at Alexander SHUR. This is 6 minutes ago, so 12:10. He said, city officials have handed results to the county clerk, George Christensen. He has a picture of him. Told me it'll take about 20 to 25 minutes to upload the results. Okay, so that was 6 minutes ago. So let's call it 14 to 19
you have like
minutes.
do you have a did you have a
chronometer
going
here,
about what time?
What time
our
are we
live
gonna get the
stream?
call?
I mean, I feel like you've got, man, I've got this race called by 1 p.m. 1 a.m.
I would just say I do look, we always give shout outs to local reporters. I'm gonna put this in like our YouTube stream and everything. Follow this guy, Alexander Schur, because he's got a lot of it. Anyway, I'll keep monitoring.
Someone asked, have Wisconsin primaries been this close the last several cycles? I would say no, but we have seen the situation arise where, just so people can see it, I'm going to bring this back up on screen so we don't lose track of where we are. Sometimes I forget.
Results is they'll upload it into the system and it'll be distributed out to clients.
Does like our reporter find out first and tell us, or?
If they do, I will let you know. But the best I know is that it'll hit the system.
We've had Wisconsin elections come down to this before. I feel like the 2018 governor's race did. Does that sound right? Scott Walker got beat by Evers, I think, on central count in Milwaukee.
I do feel like I've watched this process play out a couple of times.
Yeah.
At this point.
I think I've asked you the same questions a couple of times too, and you're very polite to continue answering them.
No, it's fun to watch it with you. We just got another Burnett County update. 773 votes. Crowley 291. Hong 256.
Which takes us. Did we get more than that, or they just dialed back our expected? I think that we're now at 92,000 remaining. So I think we just dialed back our expected a little. Does that-
Yeah, it looks like they took away the, or they made that
Oh,
adjustment
Dane.
for the Dane vote.
Oh, it is. Yep, you're right. Yeah. Yeah. We 3468. Yeah, I mean, so now that Milwaukee vote is well over a third.
And we
of
just
what's
got
left.
another update from Dane, 500 votes. Hong 271, Crowley 166.
So she nets 95 votes. Out of what? Is that it for Dane? Is that the last thing for Dane? Is that the last precinct?
Their website now says 100% of precincts reporting.
Jeez. Yeah, now.
That's what I got right here. 287,465 for Crowley. Hong 284,282. So she's down 303,100 and something, with 89% of the vote. So depends how much they got left. Look at this Democrat operative.
The strong tenets of a winning coalition for Democrats: Black voters, working class voters, non-college educated, and rural voters. And I think that's an important note going forward. Winning a primary.
One point on that, because you mentioned the idea of endorsements. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Bernie Sanders did not touch with really a 10-foot pole the Wisconsin race in the same way that they did in Michigan. What do you think the impact of that is, and their decision to do so? Is that impacting this, what we're seeing now? I mean, look, 39.9% across the board. Is that telling you the power of these endorsements even more than the problems with the polls?
How many potentially might be coming, and it appears that Dane vote is now exhausted. But I will get an update from
please. Okay, thank you. Because I mean, that's our reporter telling us 27,000, and we had heard 28, and it matters from the standpoint that, like, look, if it's 27,000, and the math, 27,000. If Hong wins it by 10, she nets 2,700 votes, right? Which is short. 32,000. If she wins it by 10, she nets 3,200, 1,700 votes, 17 votes higher than that. It just every vote.
Melissa Logic comes in hot. She said, "I thought the Democrats were boycotting Haitians." I thought so too, Melissa. I thought it was the Black Democrats. Melissa, you remember that? Melissa, welcome in. Ma'am, if you hit that subscribe button, we need you in here, ma'am. You seem like a very funny lady. And with that kind of humor, you are in the right place, ma'am. No, he doesn't have split personality. Handed the votes to George Christensen, lifelong MKE Dem Party clerk. Yep. Next week, they'll hand it to Hong, saying DSA voters vote by mail. Exactly. Yep, LOL. Melissa, that was funny, man. That was funny as shit. Oh, I love that.
Outside of Milwaukee and Winnebago, we think maybe 3,600 votes left.
Our decision desk thinks 28,000. City of Milwaukee.
28,000. Okay. So do we think this 32 is going to tick down?
I don't know if we have control over that number.
Okay.
So
I see.
Just keep track of that number for our audience.
That 86 may even be more like 82.
Yeah.
28,000 Milwaukee, 12,000 Winnebago.
They think they have enough to cover. Yep.
Greene County is
check.
Greene County has 3,600. It has
3,360 3,364 lead.
There is still some in Outagamie, maybe about 3,000 votes right there. So I think Crowley, I think Hong will net some out of that. But then there may be a little bit out of Eau Claire still. But then for every place like that, there's Manitowoc County. Where
Oh my
Crowley is
gosh.
leading by
Melissa,
20 points.
listen, Melissa,
15
listen. You can say it in here. You can say it in here. She said, I thought about saying black Democrats, but I'm new here. Got to dip a toe in first. Oh my gosh. Melissa, please tell me you subscribe to the channel. We need you in here, man. We need you. Appreciate, man. Let me show it to you. Where's it at? I made a video yesterday. Shameless plug here. Talking about the WNBA bullshit. And it's called the WNBA is screwed no matter what they do. You got to check that out when you get a chance, man. I'm sure you will agree with what I'm saying in that video. I'm almost positive of it. You know what I mean? MKE versus MAD, the final battle. LOL, I know, right? LOL. She's funny. Yes, sir. All right, Melissa. Melissa Logic, first of all. Name, by the way. Sounds like some common sense to me, which again ain't common, Melissa. It is not common today. We know that. No filters here. That's right. Ain't no filters up in here, Melissa. And yeah, we go in on these people, man. Now listen, let me tell you, for those of you that don't know, I'm not a Republican, right? I'm not a Republican, although you have to vote Republican right now. Okay, you just have to if you love America. Because the Democrat Party hates America right now, and they hate you. They do. If you're white, they hate you, unless you're a liberal. They're all crooked, Michael says. Yeah, that might be true. But there's 4 parties, I believe, in the Republican Party right now, 4 factions. And it's the MAGA Party, which is about 70% of the party, of the Republican Party. Then you got the swamp creatures, a.k.a. the military-industrial complex, a.k.a. the rhinos, they call them. I call them ANOs. The establishment wing of the party. The third party is the far right, the Nick Fuentes, really, really far right. And then you have the anti-Israel party. Kind of like a Tucker Carlson, Candace Owen type of thing. What Democrats are tolerable? None of them, sir. None of them. Tucker for president. Oh, man, Michael. I used to like Tucker. Tucker fell off the wagon now, man. You know what I'm saying? What's she talking about? Let's see here.
Text. Hey, they may have even broken no contact.
Come on, guys. You got to turn this up.
To make a plan to vote.
The woman that wants to cancel Thanksgiving.
They did it. You did it because you truly care for the people of this state.
I can't hear it. I'm watching it on something else, and I can't freaking hear it, man. Be sure. Michael Fuentes is my fave. Yeah, he's all right. He's all right. Aside from the racism, yeah. I mean, look, the far right, what they basically do is they just complain about Trump all the time and say he's not doing enough. This is how you know when Trump's doing enough. When the left is mad, he's doing enough. How do you get past the racism? Good question. I got to be honest, man. Racism doesn't bother me. I'm talking about towards blacks. It doesn't bother me. Like somebody being racist towards me, I get it. You know, but I always win them over. When a white dude doesn't like me because I'm black, I always win them over. You know why? Because I'm not no victim, man. I'm not oppressed. I don't act like, oh, because I'm black, I'm blah 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 blah. I don't do none of that bullshit. You know what I mean? Because it's just all bullshit, man. You know what I mean? We're all the freaking same, to be honest with you. If you really think about it. You know?
Reasons I said about when some of these votes might have been cast. Did not appear to be an issue whatsoever for him. Is it going to be an issue in the city of Milwaukee central count? Somebody else just came in.
Appreciate that, man. He says, I like this guy. Subscribing now. Glad I stumbled here. I appreciate that, Michael. Thank you, man. I like you too, bro. And again, compliments from me get you places with me. So I appreciate that. Thanks for the stream. Great job. Thank you, David. I'm here till I'll stay. We'll do 4 hours. We're at 3.5 hours. Why not? Why not do 4, right? Hopefully we'll be done by 4 hours. Trying to work hard, man. You know what I mean? I'm just a small YouTube channel. Trying to get up there with the big boys. And one thing about it though, because I've been banned and kicked off of YouTube so much because again, they don't like truth. And I always say, man, I'm not here for the views. I'm not here for none of that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not no YouTuber, man. Because one thing I will never fucking do is sell out. I'll never tell you a fucking lie. I would never tell you a lie because I just can't do it, man. You know, there's people that get up here and just lie to you for clicks and stuff. You know how easy it would be as a black man to get up here and act like a victim and join up with these people and race bait and be a race hustler and do all this bullshit? I can't do that, man. I can't. So I'd rather make less money and tell the truth than, you know, just try to be a good person, man, you know, and try to spread goodness around because there's not a lot of it, you know. Jerry is a cool dude. Thank you, Gigi. Gigi, I appreciate that. You're a cool lady. That's my twin sister right there, Gigi. He does Bitcoin streams as well. If you are new, I do. Me and a couple of people. I really do. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
About 3,400 left. Yeah, look, I mean, out of gaming, we're still waiting on 2, and they got a town that does central count. That's not the holdup. Not sure what is, but okay. So between these 2, there's room theoretically. We're just seeing in these counties though. It seems like a difference between is it outlying vote? Is it population center votes? I don't know where it's coming from exactly. But, you know, Hong is leading in both of them, and there's vote to come in both of them. So she could still, and she just got something else small somewhere. What just came in?
Yeah, well, Paca,
yeah,
627 for Hong, 595 for Crowley.
And then quickly, Crowley just won by 2 somewhere.
Sawyer.
Okay, so, you know, but there is room for her. There is room for her to cut this further here, at least theoretically. You know, as I said, you know, what else is left here? No, I mean, like, but you got a place like
Gigi says Hong wins tonight. Oh, Melissa says, excuse me. She says if Hong wins tonight, she needs to up her lithium before the first debate, or not. Might be more fun. Yeah. Oh my God, Melissa, you're funny, ma'am. I agree. And do you think she'll pull it out? I mean, you know, they both, you know, because you know this is the Democrat voters. Okay, you got a bunch of low propensity voters who don't know shit. Okay, very ignorant people. Anybody that votes for a Democrat in 2026, you just got a low IQ, man. Okay, people with TDS. This is the Democrat voting base. Ready? Low IQ. Emotional, sheeple, TDS, illegal immigrants, dead people. Am I missing anybody? Voter fraud, just, you know, bums on the street, Skid Row. right? That's their voter base. Again, this is the 2024 map. This is why 75 million people voted for a black woman that ain't black. Because I was saying that all 2024. You guys are new here, so I got to fill you in on the old shit. Kamala Harris, I know you guys know this. Kamala Harris is not a fucking black woman, okay? People get so mad at me when I say that. This is why I can't stand these white liberals, women. But I love talking to them because they're so stupid. They think I'm dumb. They see I'm black, like, oh, I know you've had it rough, Jerry. No, I didn't. Did you have a hard time in school learning? No. Did they call you N-word? No. Was it tough for you to make it? No. No, it wasn't. I'm not a victim. Okay? I'm not oppressed. And the people that I like the least is white liberals, but I think who I like the least the most, or who I dislike the most, I don't hate anybody. I'm a Christian. But I don't hate people, but sometimes I hate what they do. But I think the people that I dislike the most, and it's a close one with the white liberals, but it's a black race hustler, man. I cannot stand them motherfuckers. She's half black, I think. No, she's not, sir. She's got some black in her. I mean, she's definitely got some black in her. But something happened here on strike. Somebody sent me 99 sats, 99 units of Bitcoin. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Looks like Scotty. He says, heading out later, Jerry. Later, man. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, man. But the reason I can't stand these race hustlers, and what is a race hustler and who is a race hustler? A race hustler is someone that is a black person that gets on TV, usually a multimillionaire that's on TV, that'll tell black people that racism is a reason why they can't make it. The Ben Crumps, the Roly-Poly Martins, Stephen A. Smith to a lesser extent. There's a lot of these dudes out here, man. And these people are rich off. Okay? They hustle race. That's what they do. And I cannot fucking stand these people. Why? Because it's simple. They take simpleton minds, black people that are not that smart. Okay? Let me just say that nicely. Okay? Because again, somebody, I've had a couple people say, hey, man, why don't you be the leader of the black community? I said, man, ain't that much time in the day, bro. Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, God rest his soul. Al Charlatan, I call him. And these people hustle race. And they tell you you can't make it while they're millionaires. Don Lemon, Don Lemonade, Donna Lemonade, motherfuckers like that. Jamaican Indian, isn't it? Yeah. But she's not a traditional black person, man. Crump, Sharpton, Crockett. Exactly. Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Ratchet. I call her most. People like that. All they fucking do is talk about racism. It's like, bro, come on. They want the 1960s to be here so bad, the 1950s and 1960s. See, let me tell you something, right? I was born 1975, okay? I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know what racism is because I really don't. I grew up in the 80s, and I went through a little bit of racism, but not much. But I had a lot of white friends. I grew up in the suburbs. And guess what? I got made fun of a lot. Me and my white friends and my black friends, the best jokes are racist jokes. We always made fun of each other, right? But my grandparents who raised me, they came from the South because I grew up in New York State. I know. Not New York City, but New York State. They went through racism, my grandparents, okay? They moved to New York State in the 1950s to escape racism. What the fuck do I look like getting up here, spitting on my grandparents' grave, talking about I'm a victim of racism when we had a black president for 2 terms? Get the fuck out of here, man. Al Charlatan, yep. Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson. God rest Jesse Jackson's soul. Trayvon could be my son. Maybe. It's mostly the culture that has been adopted and marketed for decades. Gangs, disrespect for women, cops, drugs, bullying kids who achieve hard to rise above that growing up. Yeah, that's Democrat policies. I say this once and I say it again. Democrats cannot fucking govern. These black people that vote Democrats that are talking about racism and how the system is fucking with them and they're down and all that. My question to you is, why you keep voting Democrat? Because you keep voting Democrat and that's what you're getting. So why don't you try something different? Stupid ass. Again, man, these people make me sick. My black grandmother lived through actual Jim Crow. That's right, Philip. These people never had to experience what she went through. Exactly. I know what my grandparents went through. They told me what they went through. They literally went through to bathrooms down south that had a colored, said coloreds only and black or whites only or whatever, and water fountains and shit like that. They really went through that shit, right? But let these idiots tell you, the race hustlers, they say this shit is happening in 2026. Hong is a DSA candidate, and her closest opponent, Crowley, was going to drop out because of a financial situation, but joined back into the race because Mandela Barnes dropped out for harassment. Wow. Yeah, I did hear about that, bro. What's up, man? Dead End Kings. What's up, my boy? It's everybody in those neighborhoods, though. Tough for anybody. Yeah. True that. Where you grew up at? I grew up in Rochester, New York, bro. Rochester, New York. It's upstate New York, right between Buffalo and Syracuse. I live in Las Vegas now. You see this picture right here behind me? This is a picture I had in my house of Las Vegas. And I told one day I'm going to come to Las Vegas. And this is why I hang this picture up. And I said one day I'm going to be a YouTuber and I'm going to live in Las Vegas. And guess what? I did it. Now, I ain't no rich guy or nothing like that, but I live in a pretty fucking nice neighborhood. And I'm doing all right for myself. Now, again, I'm not no rich dude or nothing like that. But guess what? Every fucking thing I got, I work for it. Nobody give me a motherfucking thing. My grandparents taught me hard work, right? Personal responsibility. Get out there. If you want it, go get it. Because ain't nobody going to give you nothing. Got to start cursing. Don Lemon, activist in the streets being colonized in the sheets. LOL, married to a white man. Say it again, Melissa. The white man is evil. I said, really? The white man is evil. Is he evil to you in the bedroom? Donna Lemonade? It's all them Democrats. They always tell you white man is the essential threat to America, and they all sleeping with him. I guess AOC just broke up with her white man. What's the other one's name? Ilhan Omar. She should be in fucking jail, by the way. The Minnesota lady, her. All these Democrat women that talk about racism are married to the white man. A half black president, 42 terms is like having a fully black president, 41 term, right? Yes. Yes, it is, man. Yes, it is, sir. That's a good point, Space, man. They are freaking out on the votes left. Uh-oh, let's see. Sorry, bro. I'm up here yapping.
You guys are staying up. I'm not complaining. You guys work tomorrow too. If you're watching this, this is great. I'm glad we got to stay up and do this. This is these are fun nights.
Yeah, Henderson's nice, bro. Henderson's really nice. Hello, how are you today? I'm good, man. How are you? Caleb McCallum? I'm doing good, man. How are you?
I mean, this whole.
Please do so.
From that
love to have you,
update,
man.
Right? Was it Jefferson County is the first thing we got, right? We got
in Wisconsin watching the state
3
turn
updates
red.
in
Love
about
what
a
you're saying.
5-minute
Thank you, bro.
succession there.
Appreciate that,
And
bro.
right away, I was like,
AOC going
I
to try
was so
to be a
hesitant to
celebrity.
say
Yeah.
it at first because we just didn't.
Omar too. Yep.
But it was like, yeah, he's.
Is there a Kardashian brother?
He's
I
definitely
think so,
made this
bro.
a game, and then
They like
he's
white.
just all night.
Think so,
But
bro.
for about 3 minutes there, Hong has trailed, but been right there, and an emphatic number in the city of Milwaukee could put her ahead.
Good to hear that, man. Good to hear that. Let's check our map real quick. His map's a little behind ours. Let's check our map. All right, so she's down less than 2,000 votes. 92%. Yeah, he's ready to go to bed. So, well, it's still early here. You know what I love about living in Las Vegas, though?
Normally,
Because I'm from the East Coast. God, got the freaking thing on. Sorry. You know what I love about living in Las Vegas? She's coming back. Uh-oh. 28,000 votes left. Okay. You know what I love about living in Vegas, being an East Coast boy? It seems like, number one, my day is longer here in Vegas, right? But number two, the weather obviously is great, except it's too fucking hot in the summer. It is hot, boy. I was cooking some bacon and eggs in my driveway earlier on the pavement. But also, when I wake up, let's say I wake up at 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, the day's already started around the country. It's crazy. When a basketball game comes on at 8 p.m. Eastern, it's on at 5 o'clock here. I can watch the bed and get some rest. I don't really watch sports anymore because they're woke as fuck. Don't get me started with that. I can't even. Do you guys want to go to a basketball game or a football game or a baseball game and get fucking lectured to? Is it just me or you don't want to get lectured to? Because I do politics all fucking day. When I want to watch a ball game, let me just watch the game. I don't want to get lectured to, man. All you can eat buffet. Yeah, they got a lot of those here. They got really good food in Vegas, man. One thing about Vegas, man, is when you're here and you're down on the strip or whatever, it's like this is a big trip for everybody. So it's always energy here. You know what I'm saying? Which is cool. I like that. I like people, man. You know, I'm a people person. I like to watch people too. My electric company charged me $200 for July. Damn. For real. Who do you think is going to win the midterm? Because right now I think Democrats are pretty easily going to win the House, but the Senate is still in the balance. Yeah. Well, that's a good question, Caleb. Right now, according to the betting markets, this is where I look at. I don't look at the fucking poll numbers. They don't mean shit. I look where the money's at. And right now, the Democrats have an 84% chance to control the House. All they need to do is take 3 seats. And again, stay tuned and subscribe to my channel. I'll show you what seats, and we're going to break it down, okay? But yeah, I mean, it's a 90-something% chance that the party that's not in power on the off year, aka the midterm, in between the middle of the elections, of the presidential election, they usually win. And the Democrats are fired up. Their base is fired up. And the Republicans are not right now. They don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Caleb McCullum, you're saying my name right. Okay. Cool, man. Cool, bro. Khalib McCullum. Oh, saying my name wrong. Sorry. I would not bet this far out. Yeah, me neither. Khalib McCullum. Yeah. So we never know, man. But right now they're supposed to win. My man's ready to go to bed. I know he is. I need to take the freaking trash out real quick.
2856. Let me just check this thing if there's any update. Yeah, I mean,
Khalid,
the only update is
a pretty
the
common
ever
name. You trolling? No, I'm not.
evolving, but now I think it's I said it might really be in the mid-60s.
I'm not that good of a reader, man. And people sometimes they'll spell something some way and then they'll pronounce it another way. And I don't really know a lot of Khalibs, if that's the way you say it. No, I'm not trolling. I would never troll nobody's name, bro.
Yeah, Winnebago, Green. So Milwaukee, come on.
If you guys don't know me, I'm not that good at reading out loud. LOL, Caleb. Okay. All right, well, listen. You got to be my my word police, okay? Caleb. Okay. Don't get mad at me, guys. I can't say it like vegetable with a B on the end. Say it like the vegetable. Oh, KLB? Caleb or KLB? See, I'm getting it 2 ways now. Pause. LOL, Caleb. Say it like the vegetable with a B on the end. All right.
There have been officials kind of giving remarks or maybe updates. I can't actually hear them.
Why now, obviously this is NBC, nothing but crap. This show right here, this station. Why are Democratic men so fucking? Why are they so soft and like I don't know? Hers was better. LOL. Caleb. Okay. Like that dude. You know, I'm not saying he's a manly man, but the other guy sitting there, dudes be beta males, man. And again, I'm not saying I'm this big, strong, whatever, you know, manly man type of motherfucker, you know, bunch of hair on my chest and shit. But just saying, man, like, damn, bro. Put some fucking bass in your voice, man.
Did Connecticut 1 get called?
Yes.
John Larson lost.
Correct.
So that also happened tonight. First congressional district of Connecticut. We have another incumbent, long-serving incumbent, going down to defeat Democrat John Larson.
Let's take a look at AOC. Let me tell you the tricks that the Democrat Party plays. Okay, now beauty is subjective, obviously, but objectively speaking, AOC is a nice looking girl. Okay, she's got a nice, nice smile, nice, nice looking chick, and she's gonna mess with her hair and talk.
So I'm on my way to do my last strength training and lifting session, and let's go. So
Yeah, and she's got a group of bodyguards with her too. This woman she knows nothing, man. Okay, but she's gonna use her looks, and she's gonna bat her eyes, because she'll be the prettiest one out there. But she's the dumbest one out there. She doesn't know shit. This woman knows nothing. And she's gonna be running for president, and she's gonna win the primary in the Democrat primary. You watch my words, because Gavin Newsom, aka Gavin the American Psycho Newsom. You ever seen that movie, The American Psycho? Let me pull it up. American Psycho. Gavin Newsom. See this fool. This is him. This is the real life. This is the real life American Psycho right here. Gavin Newsom. Also, Newsom. Did someone seriously stuff in American Psycho? Yeah, he's the real life American Psycho. Okay, this man has completely ruined California. Ruined it. But that motherfucker, he will sell water to a whale, boy. He is a slick motherfucker. He is, man. And he's shit out of me, man. Because this man is you ever wonder what Lucifer looks like? You're looking at him right here. In the flesh, ladies and gentlemen. CNN men have toxic femininity. They don't make them like they used to in the 1900s. That's right, Melissa. Say it again, Melissa. That's right. She got the cannons out now that she's single. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, listen, she's a nice looking woman, man. You know what I mean? It's the low T phenomenon. Somebody's got to check them scores, bro. She's hot for being in the late 30s. Yeah, she's a nice looking girl, man. You know what I'm saying? But she's dumb as a bag of rocks. I would not kick her out of bed. Most men wouldn't. She won't win the primary. Who's going to win, JR? Gavin will, or that dude from New Jersey? We'll see. Pretty on the outside, but ugly as on the inside. For real. For real, Gigi. Say it again, Gigi. Or Kamala. No. Kamala don't have a fucking chance. Kamala doesn't have a chance, bro. He not totally responsible for California. Really? You're being awfully nice to that man, sir. Gray Davis and Jerry Brown started. Fair point. Fair point, bro. Let's look at the 2028 elections. Right now, Gavin Newsom is ahead in the money, 18% to 15% for AOC. Again, can I ask you a question? I ask these Democrats all the time. I'm gonna ask you guys a question. What the fuck has this woman accomplished? I mean, seriously. Besides, being a TikTok star and being pretty and talking shit. What legislation has this woman passed? Again, these people can't govern. Democrats can't govern. They just talk, but they never fucking do anything. Am I supposed to be having my blood pressure this high before I go to bed? All right, guys, we got about 6 more minutes, man. We're gonna sign out here, man. Unless you guys want me to stay. But
is in 31. Someone somewhat substantial just came in from, what was it?
Buffalo.
Okay.
878 votes. Yeah. Crowley 395. Hong 275.
She made a mean Manhattan.
That's
Yes, she did, bro.
that thing we've been saying all night. It just like there's a breadth to it in these sort of smaller counties here where Crowley is able to just, 150 votes here, 60 votes there, 80.
I work too much, man. I did a almost 3-hour stream today with Lou and them boys. And but when I do, man, I'm not just up here doing videos. Do you know how much fucking research and shit I got to do these videos and do this stuff? It takes a lot, man. I probably work 12, 14-hour days. Like, no bullshit, man. Even when I'm not recording, I'm always doing something with this shit. I'm just like, Jerry, why you just can't chill? I got a casino right down the street from me. I got some chips here too. Got some casino chips. But I'm working too much. I can't even go and play nothing, man. You guys working me like a slave. She's accomplished the ability to never write a bill that's been passed. Exactly, man. Now they say 59,000 left. Okay. I know I'm supposed to be doing my job right now, right? Actually counting the votes. She got Bad Bunny's perform at the Super Bowl. LOL. True, Melissa. True. She did something. Oh my God. These people, all they fucking do is virtue signal, man. I swear to God. It's me, the guy with 6 different ways to pronounce his name, apparently. But what do you think about environmentalism? Because I think they should always be a balance between economic exploitation and environmentalism, just like the great Teddy Roosevelt believed. Now, what kind of environmentalism you talking about, bro? I hope you ain't talking about climate change, right? You're too smart for that climate change shit, right? Please don't tell me you're not talking about that. I'm assuming you're not.
Knocks this down to 56. Are they still giving?
All right, guys, we got less than 3 minutes.
Yeah,
I'm out of here.
I'm just reading the closed captioning.
I said 4 hours. I was only going to do 3 hours. Doing another 4-hour stream, man. Jesus. Stay on or what? Are you guys ready to go to bed? It's 10 o'clock here on the West Coast, on the left coast, on the best coast. Yo, homeboy, I'm back. That rocket was a dude. The cold beers were fantastic. Oh, what's okay, Brent? That's what's up, bro. Yep, you look at you. You went and got a beer and chilled, and my dumb ass is still here, working. And let me tell you something. These YouTube checks, they don't pay the bills. Let's just say we're doing our thing. Fake ass climate change. I'm in Mountain. Okay. Yeah, we on Pacific, bro. Pacific. So he's up by 3,000.
Yeah, they have to restart that
100?
process. So they have to go back to the city location, I think, re-grab the memory sticks or go.
He said, well, yeah, I mean, climate change is just a scientific fact, but also national parks and various other things. Okay. Well, I will respectfully say, Khalib, that I do not believe in climate change. Okay. Like 0% in that. I'm not saying you're wrong for that, sir, but I don't believe in that. All right. Respectfully. But as far as national parks and various other things, yes, I do believe in protecting parks and trees and stuff like that. Absolutely, bro. But I don't believe in climate change, man. 5 USB sticks just went missing. Exactly, man. Here it comes, David. Here it comes. And I don't think you should be allowed to call yourself a patriot if you let faceless corporations destroy the very environment of the nation you live in. I completely agree, bro. You should not be in destroying the environment. I agree with that. You know, I believe we should preserve our national treasures, our mother nature, you know. I think data centers are getting a bad rap. Every industry uses water. We can't stifle new industry because of that. True, Melissa. Melissa with some more logic. Absolutely, man. That SpaceX rocket launch was a big nothing burger, really. I was gonna live stream that, but I'm doing something else. I think I need like 4. If I had 4 of me, I'd be perfect. How many of you would you need just to get everything done? Climate change is a cabal burning down as much forest as they can. Restart. What the fuck? Restart. What happened? Restart the stream? What I missed, GD?
Okay. Do we still have an audience?
Yes.
Yeah,
Me and my audience.
there's so much people tuned in. Everybody,
All right, guys. It
everybody
is
was
10
very
o'clock
eager for
my time. 1
what
o'clock
we were
Eastern.
seeing.
Do you want me to keep going or what? Climate change kind of killed a reduced. Climate change kind of killed a reduce, reuse, recycle campaign because people started pointing the finger at big oil or whoever and led to less focus on personal effort to pollute less. Yeah, I agree with that, Groundhog. I agree with that. What are we doing? We staying or what? Are we staying for these other votes? They're supposed to be in 25 minutes ago.
I sent them an email a minute when I was standing here.
Got here, Philip?
And I'm seeing if they wrote back asking if they can push it to later in the morning.
Oh,
I don't know that
They went to
there's-
sleep hours ago.
I believe they did.
Yes.
Because this is the third day of their conference, and they've been very good to me, and they've planned around this, but
On quite a endless array of
Here's an update from let me find out who this guy is. Reporter and weekend evening anchor for CBS 58 Milwaukee. His name is AJ Bayatpour. Now, I may be saying it wrong. He said, something got botched with the downloading of results. Milwaukee elections director Paulina Gutierrez calls it human error. They're going back to the operations center. It'll take at least another hour now. That was at 12:57 a.m. All right, gentlemen.
Another hour, he says.
and we've got folks here who are working real late, and I don't think we want to.
Oh, wow.
Keep them here to. This could go 90 minutes, and it's 90 minutes of me saying, have you heard of any other athletes running for Congress?
Wow. Always the Democrats, man. I was going to stay until the votes are in.
It's like I know we've come so far here. It's been 4 hours since polls closed. It's been an unbelievably interesting and an intense night here. And
all right, let me get up and stretch my legs, and let me take the trash out. Because if it's going to be another 90 minutes at least, fuck. Man. Midnight here. I have to go to work tomorrow, and I'm old. Good night. Melissa, we need you to come back, ma'am. All right? Make sure you come back, you and Gigi. For real. You have a good night, Melissa. Thanks for coming in, ma'am. Nice to meet you, too, okay? Nevel Singer made a call. Where at? What the F?
didn't happen. And so, folks, we're gonna, I think,
thousand, I think.
And he's up 3,000 statewide.
The Wild Counties. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, the race this close, you can point to.
You can point to a bunch of things. Look, honestly, if she doesn't do any national TV, like does she?
I know.
If she says no to every Fox, CNN, and MS Now invite for the last 2 weeks, does she win tonight?
Yeah,
I think she does.
I think
she does. I think she does. I think she screws herself with that interview with Caitlin Collins. Like it just wrong time, wrong as people are paying attention, just jams her up. Like in yep.
Well, I
yeah.
mean,
someone in the comments was asking, can someone explain what's going on here?
Sure. What the hell is going on here?
What is going on? No, basically, Milwaukee election officials botched the download from the absentee counting voting center, and when they got with because they don't do this over, they don't do this online. They take the physical USB sticks with all the results.
And folks, if they did it online, everybody would rightfully go crazy about
would
security.
go crazy. Yeah, exactly. So they take them with the police escort to the county courthouse, and then they discovered that they had botched the upload process. So now they are going back because, again, they can't just send it via email. They are going back to fix that, and then they have to then they take them back, and so this whole process is going to take like another hour apparently.
Hey, can we go to Greene County? Because for some reason we only have 23% reporting in that county, and
you got to remind me where Greene is.
I
feel
need
bad
to look myself.
I feel dumb. This is
I do too.
We're getting into oh, that's right. It's one of the ones just south of Madison.
Yeah,
not a lot of votes there, but there are 4,000. Crowley is ahead though. And this is like Hong obviously did very well in Madison. Oh, hold on, about to lose. Lost an earbud there. That's why I do one at a time.
I'm gonna go take the trash out, guys. I'll be back.
Or I don't lose them both. The counties that surround Madison, like Rock, for example, are Democratic leaning, or at least some of them are. Obviously, Dane County is super Democratic leaning on the whole. Like if you look at the different locale, like the municipalities within Dane County, almost all of them are blue leaning, and most of them very blue. But to some extent that is also the case, or at least light blue places to the periphery. But
sure. But
when
these are super small counties. I mean, there's not very
well, Rock isn't,
population.
but Greene, Greene, definitely is.
But there's just not a lot reporting, and 4,000 again, with a margin this close, those 4,000 votes are those 4,000 votes. Can you just not quit us, Chris?
I can't resist.
It's hard.
Lauren cut me off, but I'm still here. I was like, dude, I'm not. If I'm still sitting at this computer, I want to be on camera at all times.
Content, the content gods. So on the whole, I think what's also fascinating is that unlike in the Michigan race, where you had some places, particularly some of those counties that are centered around very progressive college communities like Ann Arbor and Waukesha, and Kalamazoo's Western Michigan, and Ingham County, where East Lansing and the state capital of Lansing are. East Lansing's where Michigan State is. You had El Sayed getting like 60%, 58%, those kinds of numbers. The thing about tonight, and does reflect the split field to some extent, but there are not a lot of counties where someone is cleaning
it's
up.
It's all relatively close. Yeah,
right.
It's not a lot of dark colors, which shows the kind of major wins, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I got a bit more details on the recount because a lot of people have been asking.
Please,
if it is. Here's a sort of a timing problem. You can't file and ask for your recount until the canvass is completed. Well, the municipal boards canvass first, then the county boards
week or
canvass.
2.
That could take up to 14 days.
Yeah, it's like 2 weeks. Yeah.
Right.
So you may not get and you can't really ask for the recount if until that canvass is done. Obviously, if in this case, let's assume it's Hong that's behind. If it's between 0.25 and 1, she's got to put all the money up front. Anything less than 0.25, then it's then the state pays for it and it's automatic. But you start bumping into some general election ballot issues.
Yep.
If this is necessary, and
if it really was drawn out,
if it really is that close, I think it's hard for her to walk away. But if it's I don't think she does this if she's paying.
Oh, Scott Tranter in the house.
Mr. Tranter.
Hey, Scott.
Look, I got the last race. I was just listening to Chuck. I was going to say from the race projection team, what you were saying is right, Chuck. Look, the recount numbers aside, the 0.25%, the 1%, all that kind of stuff, from everything we looked at from basically congressional races above, if you've got more than 1,000 vote lead, you might be entitled to a recount, and you should pursue that if you want. But most recounts only net a few hundred votes either way.
Right.
If you're under 1,000, it's worth it in a statewide race like this. But if it's over 1,000, I mean, you're
It's just so hard because
Totally
you have to
horseshit.
gain 1,000 and the other person has to gain 0.
Always
I mean,
do.
like,
Yeah. Well, and look, here's what we're discussing on the race projection team here. We went through all the counties. Wisconsin, look, they're good in some areas. They're very good about telling us when they're completed. And so we have a very good idea.
Yes,
of what's
very
left.
obvious.
Obviously, this Milwaukee drop is the big one. And our internal discussion and
Freaking NBC called it too. Wow. They're like, yeah, we're done. They're done. I got to see who else is doing it.
I do think she does. And I would have said that, well, when she was first announced, it was very clear that they meant for her to be a placeholder, but then she ended up in the race. And I think she's surprised people. They had a couple of debates last week, and I've talked to many people who used to work in South Carolina politics, and people were very impressed with how she handled herself. I do think currently, though, you have Russell Fry and you have Ralph Norman, as well as the former governor, who all are kind of taking up the fiscal conservative Freedom Caucus type lane in the race. And it's possible that once a couple of those people are eliminated, that it will consolidate. Right now, it's running neck and neck between Fry and Ralph Norman for the second spot. So we'll just see if she can consolidate the support after tonight. I think she will be the senator come next year.
And Scott, what are your thoughts on Darlene Graham's future?
He's losing by a lot. And he's saying there's irregularities. Everybody says that. I mean, he's down freaking 44,000 votes for him. But what the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, that's not good, man.
We will find out. Dustin Olson and Scott Walker, God bless you guys. Thanks for joining the Pulse tonight. Now, last night, we told you about hundreds of concerned citizens in Texas voicing fierce opposition to a massive new mosque complex. Coming up, we hear from an Iranian-American human rights activist who spoke up against that mosque, pointing out how Sharia law and the Quran fundamentally clash with the U.S. Constitution. Next.
Where it's Tom Tiffany's Medicaid cuts that are shutting down our hospitals. And when our neighborhoods defund Tom Tiffany.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I usually do one every day, bro.
When our neighborhoods and our
I pick a news story and just go live with it. So make sure you turn on the notification bell with the subscribe. And I really appreciate you subscribing. Thank you so much, man. Good night, everyone. God bless. God bless you, David. Good night, my friend. Good to see you, buddy.
And while he's doing that,
Thank you.
we are fighting for hope. We are fighting for the freedom to show compassion to one another and to show care for the people around us. But our compassion is not soft. It is resolute. It is tenacious, and it will never yield. It is a demand that we are fighting for each other. And in 11 weeks, no matter who's on this ballot, y'all, we are going to fight to win for one another. We will win together, united, because everyone who's running in this race, they know that we can make better possible. And we must make better possible. And together, with each other and for each other, we will make better possible. Thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Francesca Hong there speaking as this race still too close to call. Jeff Zeleny is in the room. Jeff, did that sound like a victory speech to you?
It did not sound like a victory speech, Alex. I mean, you can see behind me here, the crowd certainly was eager to see Francesca Hong. They've been waiting for several hours for that. It did not sound like a victory speech. It sounded like a bit of a placeholder. And of course, both campaigns, both candidates are waiting for more votes to be counted in Milwaukee County, a few more here in Dane County.
Yeah, she didn't sound too confident.
But the reality here is the victory speech that Francesca Hong had planned to give, and her supporters were quite confident that that would happen in the early hours right after the polls closed here at 8 o'clock, did not materialize. This was not the race they were expecting. They were not expecting as tough of a close from David Crowley. So I took a note of one thing she said, Alex. She said, Wisconsin, we built something that will change politics forever. The work we have done will be remembered, almost in the past tense there. So asking her advisors as the speech was going on, they said it's not a concession.
Hey guys, my computer's been sticking. Let me try to restart my computer real quick.
Certainly did not sound like a victory speech as well. She clearly was on the beginning stages of trying to unify the party.
If I can even do it.
Whichever candidate wins. She talked about Tom Tiffany, the Republican nominee for governor as well. But Alex, this was not what this crowd was expecting here. They're lingering around a bit longer. But it looks like this will go on. Now we are almost in the early morning hours of Wednesday here. But to answer your question, not a victory speech, Alex.
And we will still waiting to hear if Crowley.
My computer, guys.
Sounds more like a victory.
And then I'll be right back.
To have you with us live.
And I'm told, Alex,
Give me about 60 to 90 seconds.
Crowley is waiting for Milwaukee absentee ballots to come in, and he may be speaking sometime coming up. But just talking to his advisors, they say they are waiting for a few more Milwaukee votes to come in.
So that they could give a victory speech potentially, and we'll see if this race is even called in the next hour or two once those votes come in.
We're getting more results tonight from that key Democratic primary race in Wisconsin. I want to check in with John King at Magic Wall for the latest. John, what are we seeing in the numbers tonight?
Looking over my shoulder at the toss just to see if the numbers are changing, Kayla. And this is the Wisconsin Democratic primary. And again, the latest in the insurgent versus the establishment we've seen throughout this primary season among the Democrats.
Yeah, my computer's freaking stuck.
Establishment candidate David Crowley, who's leading in this race, about 20% of the vote in, so we have a ways to go. You just saw it change a little bit there. 63
What's up, guys? Yeah, restore. My computer just freaking froze up. You know how it goes. I had too many windows up or something. Okay. If I can get it working, let's see. Oh, it ain't this one. Can you guys hear me all right? You trashy dude, you. Do you think America should be isolationist country and pursue oligarchy? Because speaking of somebody who is not an American citizen, I think if America tried to do that, it would be disastrous. No, I don't think we should be isolationists, both for America and for the rest of the free world. I agree, brother. She's on her meds tonight. Your audio is way down in the CNN feed. Yeah, the CNN feed was low. We can't hear the CNN feed. Nail biter. Yeah, right. Do you want Democrats who are moderate liberals to win these primaries? So if they win, things don't get too crazy, or do you want progressives to win because that would make it in the general? That would make it in the general. I want the progressives to win because they're going to get their ass kicked in the general. To be honest with you, brother. Just keeping it real with you, bro. Step out of here and come back in here. Yeah, I'm being honest with you, brother. That's what I want. But let's see. Let's get caught up. Okay. Where are we at in this race anyways?
Milwaukee, Charles Benson, the NBC affiliate there. He, I think, just got off air, so he wants to jump on. So I'm going to get him.
Bring him on.
I'm going to get him a
I
link
will
here.
jump out. I'll talk to the race call team. You make him.
Thanks, Scott.
Screen. Hang in there, guys.
Appreciate you. Yeah, man.
But I got to.
What's up, brother? He says, I have a YouTube too and was live streaming results as well. I tapped out at 12:30. Respect, you're still going strong. Thank you, man. What's your channel about? I think Crowley wins because there's more rural counties to count, and he's been strong there. Yeah, if everything was fair and balanced, bro. But you know how these Democrats cheat. You know?
Obviously, we are still, yes, waiting on Milwaukee County, but that it's not just about like her emerging slightly ahead. She would have to be significantly ahead, which
I think what it seemed to me that she's got to, she's got to win. She's got to win this Milwaukee drop big, and it's not totally out of the question because we know that it could be older ballots when Crowley was not really seen there. So maybe she can net 3,000 or 4,000 votes out of it. I mean,
it's just hard. It's just hard.
at this
But
point,
again, there's enough votes out there, right?
you have to.
That
right,
you have to.
It's not out of the realm.
Right.
We'll see if I can get him on StreamYard here.
Yeah, so you can get him on.
But he's been doing Wisconsin elections forever, and knows this stuff. Plus, he can give us a little bit more, I think, on sort of Crowley, like what kind of candidate is he going to be? I mean, in some ways, he isn't. He's been a candidate for 10 minutes. It was kind of a campaign that wasn't working, and then all of a sudden it worked. And that now he's got to now he's got 3 months to screw it up, right? You sort of won this 2 week sprint.
Just to emphasize, and we've said it a bunch, but it is the last 3 weeks in this campaign have been among the weirdest 3 weeks you will see in terms of candidates.
I feel like I'm leaving something out here, like missing another campaign where we've had something. I mean, like I said, there's the Mel Carnahan races.
They did. I think we're left wondering and left trying to understand not only what they did in the moment, which given the threat may well have been very sensible, but the way they described it after the fact.
Yeah, obviously plenty of still answers left there.
Nice, bro. I respect the grind, man. He says, don't they ever, LOI, I do mostly on the scene election coverage and court cases. Spent a month in Michigan covering primary and going to rallies. Same in Texas, and I'm doing Massachusetts now. I love it, bro. I'm going to have to check you out, man. I'm going to have to check you out. What is it? Dodge Landsman? Is that what it's called? It's not totally out of the question to massage the audience when the outcome they want happens. Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly.
From earlier discussing that breaking story from the Washington Post. Now taking a live look at the White House tonight. President Trump did speak to reporters briefly after landing back in Washington, D.C. from Ohio, where the Patriot Games were held this weekend. We want to play out some of those remarks from the president taking questions from reporters.
There it is. Look at this. Damn, you're big. You're a pretty big channel, man. A lot bigger than me. Which countries lean red? Which counties lean red? I don't know, brother. American Proud. What's up, man? You talking about in Wisconsin? Look at my man. Dodge Landsman. I like it, bro. I'm going to check you out, man. Let's see it. Let's see his latest video. 2 months ago. Okay, you just go live all the time, huh? Let's go to this live. You do lives? Yeah. 2 hours ago. Let's see this.
Hello, hello. We are doing some live primary coverage. So anybody who wants to sign in and even hop on the stream themselves are more than welcome to. But
oh, this guy's a pro. This guy's a pro. Let me put his link. Let me put the link in the description box. I don't want to take his his views. There's a link to his channel, man. Go check him out, man. This guy's a pro. That's kind. We're in the same league though. 3K is strong. Nah, man. Not compared to you, bro. Not compared to you. Play a video. Yes. Good, man. A mix. Do anti-Scientology stuff too. Two had a crazy entanglement. I was a reporter who got canned for exposing them. Oh, man. For telling the truth, huh? They don't like truth, bro. You're good. Feel free to use whatever footage you whenever. Okay, man. That's cool, man. Maybe you could teach me about this political game. I'm trying to learn myself, bro. I'm America first, man. I'm sure you are too. Just common sense, man. You know, we got to bring it back to this country. And unfortunately, it's lacking in this country. Thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah.
But he hadn't won
For
it yet.
sure.
Yeah.
No question. Oh my God. Hey, Skelly, while you were gone just for a minute there, I was reading a Jeremy.
He looks like a conservative or AKA a common sense person. Because that's all a conservative is. But I don't know. I watch liberal stuff too, man. You know what I mean? But he sounds like he's got common sense. So, and he's here with us. So, what you just did was generally one of the craziest things I've ever seen in a live stream. Most of the channels instantly ban people who try to advertise themselves. Oh, no. No, man. You got to give people love, man. You know? You got to give people love, bro. I'm more libertarian. Would be cool to have a more right perspective. Would be awesome to have you on my stream at some point. Watching for a bit, you have a good base of knowledge. All right, that's cool, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. Vice versa, bro. I do live streams every day, man. See, if you ever want me to come up there, that's cool, man. I do. I talk about Bitcoin too a lot. I got a Bitcoin show that I do by myself, but I just started one with a group of Bitcoiners. I don't know if you're familiar with Lou Valentino. He does a show with us. This is one we did today. And we cover Bitcoin and the monetary system. So we're doing another show too, probably. Non-liberal. Yeah, you shouldn't get caught in an echo chamber where you only watch and listen to people who are on the political right who agree with you. You should watch and listen to people who don't agree. Yes, exactly. But again, it's like, we say right and left, but common sense, bro. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. The left has just gone too fucking crazy, man. I'll go and sub. Thank you. All you guys go sub. How many? We got 15 people here. Everybody go sub to him. He's a pro. He is a pro, man. No doubt.
But we should know some results in about 5 to 10 minutes. But it's an interesting race. It's gotten a lot less attention. This is the Wisconsin governor's race we'll start with. It's gotten a lot less attention than the Michigan primary did, than the Texas primary did. And that's probably because it's just a governor's race, so it's not terribly consequential.
Lou is how I found you, Jerry. Yeah, that was very nice what Lou did for me, man. That was a crazy night too, and I appreciate you sticking by, bro. Yeah, Lou's my boy, man. Lou's something else. He's a good guy, man. He's a young kid. He's a lot younger than me, but he knew he got good at going viral, and he's really good at what he does, and he's a good dude, man. Lou is a very, very good guy.
But it is consequential in terms of how successful the DSA will be. Will they kind of have a clean sweep in all these primaries in which they participated in? Or is it going to be much more of a challenge? And it's a unique case, I will say, if you're on the hard left. I regret to inform you that I am not rooting for Francesca Hong because I think she is a deeply incompetent, unremarkable, uncharismatic, mistake-prone candidate who will easily lose the general election against Tom Tiffany. That being said, I think she is expected to win. I've cheered on some other hard left people in the past, but those hard left people have talent. I'm thinking of Abdul El-Sayed, who could give a rousing speech, who can inspire people in a way that Francesca Hong cannot do. We'll get the results. Polls are about to close in about.
I agree, sir. I'll check out the crypto stuff. That's a world I know little about, but they're playing a role in elections increasingly. Yeah. And we don't call it crypto, even though it's technically crypto. Dodge. Bitcoin's different. You know what I mean? It's just completely different. And once you understand Bitcoin and know about the economic system, because our system is broken, bro. But that was very well said, man. You're good at what you do, no doubt. Is that a photo of Lyndon LaRouche on your page? You must know about the Prometheus channel. Talking about me or him? Anyways, guys, I don't think there's much left to do here, guys. Nobody's really covering nothing right now.
Won 2 times on the county ballot as the county executive. And look at this. It looks like it may all come down to what that Milwaukee vote says. And with 27,000 ballots there, that's a big number. When you look at the margin, I'm looking at it now, and I'm keeping an eye on it's.
It's crazy. You're working hard when you're reacting to somebody's video and you look down and your video's in the corner. They got my video in the corner because there's nobody else doing it. This is how I sometimes I sneak some subscribers, just working hard, man, outworking people and just being up, staying up and getting it in, That's funny. My video's right there. Funny.
Is his hometown.
Hey, Charles, it's Chris. Can I just ask you about David Crowley?
Yeah, it popped up because I'm still working like a dummy, man. I'm supposed to be going to bed, bro. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna. I like your content, man. I can't tell though. Let me see something.
1 minute. So in about probably 5 to 6 to 7 minutes, we'll actually get some tangible results. But let me set up this kind of interesting race. The Wisconsin governor's race initially started as an 8-person race. This is to replace Tony Evers. Tony Evers, interesting enough, in 2018 got elected and then 2022 got reelected. And on that same ticket, Mandela Barnes, who is a little more left than Evers, or certainly more left, although to the right of Francesca Hong, Mandela Barnes was the nominee, lieutenant governor, and he did not make it. He decided to run this time around, but he had a big scandal. And his big scandal was playing on playa. The great scandal that Mandela Barnes caused to drop out was that apparently he was using his influential position to have sex with various young women that he would meet on the campaign trail. Apparently that's a disqualifier. The dude was single. I don't think it is, but it was a wild race. So the way it started out was there initially supposed to be 3 various frontrunners. Lots of scandal. Hey, Nikki, nice to have you. They're initially supposed to be 3 frontrunners. And it was going to be most likely Sarah Rodriguez. She was the lieutenant governor of Wisconsin. David Crowley, Black, county executive of Milwaukee, and former lieutenant governor Mandela Barnes, who lost to Ron Johnson on the same ticket in which Tony Evers was reelected. Slowly, as the little engine that could, Francesca Hong was slowly trying to break through in this.
Yeah, he knows what he's talking about. He knows what he's talking about. Yeah, you guys make sure you subscribe to him for real. He knows his shit. Damn, I'm gonna be tuning in to him for sure. And yeah, I would definitely come on your show, bro. I ain't no political genius like you, but I'll definitely come on there, man. I appreciate that.
A sales tax, not only for the city of Milwaukee, but for
Send me an email. Is it Dodge? Send me an email, brother. My email is right there. JerryLovesFreedom@gmail.com, sir, if you're still here. Send me an email now and then we'll get in contact, brother. Because I need to hit the road. I need to hit the road too and start doing our thing. Like you. Hitting the road and talking to these candidates.
Last weekend, but the weekend before.
What do you make of this? The person you thought it looked like she was cruising to this. Did she know this could happen to her?
Yeah, I mean, when I interviewed her in Wausau, I did ask, what have you made? What has it been like for you going through this absolutely wild primary where you have people dropping out, people getting back in? She sort of just said, we're focused on our message and being out there on the trail. She didn't, want to seem to get too caught up in sort of the politics and the intrigue of it all. But look, I think, no one really knew what was going to happen too much going into tonight. This is in many ways even more uncertain than the Michigan Senate primary. And in some ways, this result is much less of a surprise, right? Like we had some advance going in that like the polling was not going to be perfect. Yeah.
Michigan was a good warning.
All right, guys, I'm going to call it a night. I have a funny feeling that this ain't going to be over tonight. I just got that feeling, man. And it's tough work. Being independent means not the same access, but there are a lot of public things. It's a fun way to see the country. Oh yeah, I bet you have a lot of fun, man. I bet you have a lot of fun, brother. I love to travel, dude. As long as I can bring my computer with me. I live in Las Vegas, man. So, where'd you say you're at right now? Are you there? You said you were somewhere. You're in Massachusetts now? Okay, brother. Nah, I'm back home an hour north of New York City. Okay. Yeah, I'm from Rochester, dude. Rochester, New York. I know you know where that's at. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I appreciate every single one of you. And remember, we have to fight for this country. Again, you got to get out here and vote. But before you vote, you have to educate yourself on what's going on out here. Because there's a lot of, effery out here. But we'll be back in Massachusetts. You have to pick and choose what you think will catch fire. Love Rochester. Garbage plate from Nick Tahoe's for the win. Oh my God, bro. I would probably commit a you-know-what right now for a garbage plate. I haven't had one in 6 years. Yes, that's my favorite food, which is crazy, man. So you know. Have a good night. You too, man. Nice meeting you, brother. But listen, man, 75 million people voted for a black woman that ain't black. You guys know that. The system is broken. We have to fix it. All right? We have to take our country back by not just voting Republicans in, voting America first candidates in. All right? And we have to win. We cannot let communism win in our country, because that's what it is. The DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America, are communists. That's what they are, on the backs of Marxism. And we got to make sure that we keep a capitalistic society in our country, and to make sure that we have fair, free elections, and we can chase a good life, liberty, and we can have the pursuit of happiness. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. And until then, and as you guys know, I love each and every one of you, and I'll talk to you soon. Peace and love, guys.